Host Eric. Spelled with a C. E-R-I-C. Not E-R-I-Q, E-R-I-C-K, E-R-I-C-H. None of those. Just a regular old C. Today I'm asking the provocative question, are you your best self?
That's weird. It's
It's not
saying
showing.
it's saying waiting for talking with famous people. Oh, here we go. Okay,
Yeah, so I'm trying to take this.
got it.
Well, are you? Are you achieving your goals? If not, well, that's what I'm here for. I'm here to teach you all about the importance of goals. So I've got a brand new acronym for goals. Bigger and better than any acronym in the past. Happy Tuesday. It's Wednesday.
Everyone's. Oh no, it is Tuesday. I thought it was Monday.
Okay, I see what I did wrong in my head. I was like, well, Brennan was over here when the football game was on in the evening. So that must have been Monday Night Football, but it must have been Sunday Night Football.
I'm all messed up with the
Oh, it's
day.
only Tuesday. Well, you are right, Daniel Berry Sports Highlights. Thank you, Winston's mom. Um, it's only Tuesday. That's kind of nice to know. We've got an extra day of life. Anyhow, right. Are you your best self, your best you? Why I'm asking that? Well, because that's the sort of content you don't normally get around here. I want to mix it up. Today, we're talking about goals. Got a new acronym, still goals, but the letters stand for different things. The new acronym, G stands for guaranteed, O, two. O stands for overcome, A stands for all, L stands for limiting, and then S stands for stuff. Guaranteed to overcome all limiting stuff. Goals. And I'm going to teach you my simple 24-part system for how to go from uh, loser to chooser. Guaranteed to, there's a little t for the two. Guaranteed to overcome all limiting and then small s stuff. Oh no, big S stuff. Because the stuff stands is part of that too, yeah. It's just the two, the TO, that that is little letters because it's not represented in the acronym. Anyway, I've been consulting a lot lately with Dr. Lionel Sprinting Wolf Kazaquo, and I've realized that I need to level up from crawling cub to sprinting wolf. Like this crawling cub's not going to accomplish anything in life.
I don't see you as a crawling cub.
Thanks, darling.
You're welcome.
Dr. Lionel Sprinting Wolf Kazaquo. I believe it's spelled Cazaquo, but I don't really remember. Cazaquo, yeah, maybe with two S's or maybe with a Z. I don't remember. Regardless, Dr. Lionel Sprinting Wolf Cazaquo is a life coach who's got a lot of helpful advice to give to people. Things like stop crawling like a cub and give me a lot of money to coach your life. Mostly, he promotes his life coaching business not by giving out tidbits of it and then you'll get more when you hire him, but rather by employing the tactic of testimonials. He gets people to provide advertising testimony that says things like Dr. Lionel's Printing Wolf Cazaquo changed my life, and he'll change yours too. So, Scott Adams died. I mean, the guy who made what's that comic called?
The Other Side?
No, it starts with a D.
Dilbert?
Yes, Dilbert. Any word on Steve Billings? I have no word on Steve Billings yet. Maybe Steve Billings should email me, and if he wants to collaborate on something, we certainly could. My Meetup account, that's fine. I never do any Meetup things. Meet up your ass. That's what I would say. Okay. I typed a cool guy earlier, and he and I have a lot in common. We're around the same age, and et cetera, et cetera. Both NTPs. If I spoil the typing session for it, maybe, but they haven't decided. Ever since I started watching your lives, I have become better at arguing. That's wonderful to hear. Thank you for telling me that. I'm teaching a secret that I've become an absolute juggernaut when it's time to pick what's for dinner. Well, good for you. You're like, to whomever your family is or whatever. You're like, no, no, no. Your advocacy is inconsistent with your framework. His wife did a teary stream announcing it's such a shame. I see. Well, what did he die of? Do most people have theirs published? I would say maybe 50% want to publish it. Maybe a little bit less than that. It's hard to gauge because I'm not keeping track at all. Oh, well. Guess you shouldn't have eaten that plutonium. So he didn't. He went from either being fine or slash not having gotten a diagnosis yet, or not publicly releasing a diagnosis, to being public about the diagnosis and then he was dead. Huh? He choose to do the human euthanasia route January 25 of Baghdad after finding better treatment after reaching out to RFK. That's a strange person to go to for medical advice. Plutonium is calorie dense AF. Yeah, it is. Do you know how many calories there are in just like one little spoonful of plutonium? A lot. What I gathered, it was discovered and it was very rapid. Shout out to my man. Yeah, I'm familiar with him. I've not actually encountered this exact incarnation of him before, but so I gotta give you credit, I guess, that that's one I have not actually seen before. So you get a tiny, like you get 3 centimeters of credit.
I really that Pinata Sombreros is like it's gonna be an instant hit.
That'd be nice. I do think I'm gonna make a short version of the song, like record some vocals and just have it be like verse, chorus, verse, and that's it, like short, because
No, it's not really like.
there's not much more it needs to do than that.
Yeah.
So you have a cousin named Nick R. The athletics baseball team, they have a player named Nick Kurtz.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Right?
Goes by that.
Yeah, that's what he goes by. It's kind of a tricky one. You gotta speak slowly if you're in the land of auto caption. I agree the whole was strange, but then again, during these times, what isn't strange? You agree that what was strange? The whole? It seems like you left out a word there, probably. So there is a sporting event that I'm planning to watch this evening. Want to watch, and it comes on at 7:30. I have an additional surprise for everybody in the stream. Rachel and I have a guest right now.
Yeah, we do.
A guest who's sleeping on our bed.
Oh, I think we're gonna join her.
Well, and Rachel's going to join her. Who could that guest be?
Oh!
Is that Penny Trayshawn in the back? No. It's not. Can anybody guess who? Yes, the dog.
Good job, Mrs. Mom. I kind of gave it away. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. That's fine. He turned it from a challenge, potentially a question with a little bit of challenge to it, to an easy question. That's fine. Yeah, she's fun / funny in the sense that, like, when she got here, she wanted to go straight to lie on the bed, but then she got back up and she wanted to be in here with us, so she went and got on these chairs over here.
Yeah.
And she had to go to the bathroom. I took her out to go to the bathroom, and when we came back in, it took a little walk, not very long. She wanted to go straight back to bed, which is where she is now. I'll go show you.
That's our babysitting duties. Like, that's really.
That's super easy.
Yeah.
Where are the kitties right now?
Oh.
I don't know. Capito might be upstairs.
Yeah,
I think.
upstairs.
Well, last time I saw Trouble, he was outside. Outside doing hood cat stuff. Oh. How old was he?
He kind of is doing hood cat stuff.
Renting a dog is good. You get all the benefits of the dog with least commitment. Yeah. I'm renting the dog to come to my house. Okay. Well, for the moment, until that game comes on at 7:30, there is no sporting thing that I want to watch. So we're just gonna have to have pure live stream. And that's okay. I think together we're gonna make it. Eric, can I get you with another old school YouTube joke? Let's see, Casey Jones, you can certainly try. I think maybe the original old school YouTube joke is simply to rickroll somebody. Joe Rogan's not dead. Was that a YouTube joke from the past? I didn't know that one. Anywho, I'm assuming Joe Rogan is not dead, but you owe me a Coke now. It's an old meme. I'm not familiar with it. If I were to stream your stream or my stream, will I get hit with the copyright? No, as far as I know, there's nothing that should trigger you to get copyrighted. You certainly wouldn't get copyright strike from me because I'd have to pursue it for that to happen and want that to happen and probably put some amount of effort into making that happen for that to happen. In theory, I can't say for sure that your stream won't get stopped by some automatic YouTube thing, but like I'm very pro other people using my stuff. So I've got the settings like, yes, everybody can use my stuff, whatever. So it shouldn't cause any problems. So you can certainly stream this stream. Do you want to, or you didn't like tucking on Google Meet last time, huh? Do you want to try streaming together again? Or Wiz it? Because if you want it,
Joe Rogan? Is that a joke?
Yeah, he's not dead.
Oh, okay.
R.I.P. Joe Rogan came from when he left YouTube to stream exclusively for Spotify. Oh, really? I didn't know that happened. So you can't watch his show on YouTube anymore?
Wow, that's kind of.
It must have had to pay him quite a bit to get him to agree to that, you know. No, Senor Snow. You can now. Oh, that was a long time ago or something? No, I'm working on stuff RN, but been wanting to ask you. Okay, cool. 100 million is a lot of money. I don't understand why they're not giving me $100 million. I stream for them for $100 million. I'd be pretty sad to say goodbye to YouTube, but I guess I could still make long form videos on YouTube. But yeah, I stream exclusively for them for some stretch of time for $100 million. I wouldn't really like it though. I mean, I'd like the $100 million. I wouldn't like the thing I had to give up. And they'd say, like, why did we give this guy $100 million? He gets the same amount of traffic on Spotify as he did on YouTube. I'd say, I don't know. I was surprised as well when you guys stepped up to the plate and said you wanted to give me $100 million. But I just figured, wow, you guys have good taste in media. How many pickled eggs can you eat in one sitting? How many pickled eggs will I eat in one sitting? Zero. If I, you know, it would depend on the motivation to eat them. I could eat potentially quite a few if I was adequately motivated to do so. But I don't think I've ever had them before. I don't want to have them. In general, I have a very kind of relationship with eggs sometimes in general. Just, they get a little eggy, you know? They get eggy like Peggy minus a P. Rogan's audience has since grown significantly. In 2024, he renewed his deal with Spotify for an estimated $250 million, but will no longer be exclusive to them. He's still got $250 million even though he's not exclusive to them? So he still gets other income from YouTube for the same content? That's crazy. Eggs are too umami by default. Umami. They're too umami? I don't think I've ever had a pickled egg, no. I think that they're okay, well, yes, you're not wrong about that. But like you could say about that about like tofu or something. I guess tofu is not quite as umami because it's not as like nyam nyam nyam. Protein full bodied, proteiny full bodied, right? But wouldn't you say that like meat, like steak? Would you say steak is more or less umami than hard boiled egg? My phallus depends upon what? Can I twerk? I could in theory twerk, but I'm not going to. Three Musketeers or Milky Way? Uh I guess I'm going Milky Way on that one. Are they kind of the same? What's in the Three Musketeers? Completely unseasoned steak. Milky Way has caramel, whereas Three Musketeers just has nougat. If if that's the case, then I choose Milky Way. Because it seems like Three Musketeers, my one of those at least has nougat in it. No, I'm not gonna argue. I might throw this roll of toilet paper away because Rachel spilled her drink here and it's like oh like this. But if I let it dry, it's still useful. But I don't know. I guess I'm coming to terms with the idea of throwing the roll of toilet paper away. Dry, unseasoned egg makes me gag. Hmm. Well, the excessive egginess of eggs is even way worse if you eat any other kind of egg like duck or quail. He said, with the correct motivation, would dictate the sum of pickled eggs you could consume in one sitting. Your phallus would be on the chopping block. Okay, well, I'd eat as many as I had to avoid that consequence. How do I feel about close talkers? I don't encounter them really. Well, actually, I can think I encountered one, sort of the equivalent of that anyway. Rachel and I went over to Jared and Kay's house for I think it was Thanksgiving, and Jared's sister was there, and when she talked to us, she'd always put her hand on your shoulder and like lean into you and stuff. And what I thought about it is like it didn't bother me that much or anything, but it was one of those things like she was doing it to Rachel too, so I didn't feel like it was she didn't seem like she was really flirting with me or anything. It was just her way. So it didn't really bother me that much, but I did think about like, to what extent should I be making more of an effort to stop this on behalf of like I'm taking other women shouldn't be touching me, or can I be comfortable with the thing I intuit, which is she's not actually flirting with us, she's just like touchy like that. Free foreign breath samples. I have a question about FE, but I can't figure out how to word it properly through text. Well, it doesn't matter if it's spoken out loud or text. If it's worded properly, it'll be the same in either instance, or close enough. Hmm. I've got the silver spoon in my ear, spoon in my ear. Well, I mean, there were a limited. It wasn't not a big space, and there was like a finite number of chairs that was the same as the number of people. And I could have gotten up and moved away, but also had like a plate of food around me for part of the time and stuff like that. So, I kind of moved away a little bit, but I didn't know exactly what the best thing to do in that instance was. Well, she was. I attributed her way to the fact that she was a preschool teacher and probably, you know, dealt with the kids, which I think is appropriate for that age of kids to be be physically affectionate and stuff like that in that way. Why do you why do my ears ring all the time? Also, Eric, my ears ring all the time too, but only one of them seems to be ringing from actual damage. And the answer, I guess, is tinnitus, but um, I don't know how I got it because I thought that was kind of linked to damage. Like the left ear, it actually doesn't really ring all the time, but it'll have it's at a super high frequency. So it doesn't inhibit my hearing at all. The other ear, I've got actual some kind of ringing from damage that I apparently got when I got sick up here when we first moved up here. Blood pressure can cause that too. Kids, brain tumors. Uh, you know, I'm not sure exactly what the cause of the ringing is, but I do know that ringing can simply be representative of damage done to your ears. And there seems to be this thing, maybe it was more prevalent in the olden days, I'm not sure, but there seems to be this thing where old people lose their hearing, right? You see old people with hearing aids, like, what? Well, if in fact people's hearing got worse simply because damage accumulated and made it worse and worse, then I would suggest they were either consistently sustaining hearing damage for long periods of time, or that maybe let's say they sustained a lot when they were young, and then at some point later on that catches up with you or something like that. So it's possible it's just as you get older, your hearing is deteriorating. My hearing doesn't seem to be deteriorating in any notable sense. Like I can hear what's being said clearly enough in almost every context, as much as I ever was able to. But it is the case that this right ear has somewhat diminished hearing um, from when I got sick when I first came here, because, and I can tell if I put, like, say, something that has just the left channel coming out of the left channel of the headphones, and I try it first on this ear and then turn it around, try it on this ear, I can totally tell this ear doesn't have as much hi-fi frequency reception. Gee, in general, I think drop some isopropyl alcohol in there is a bad idea. If it's a hole you can drop shit into, that's not the right kind of alcohol to use. You better off putting vodka in your. Does your question make any sense? I guess I didn't read it. Let me see. Browning an egg is a deal breaker for me, though. You don't want to brown an egg. How do you brown an egg? I mean, you just like cook it till it starts browning a little bit. So, like, what slot FE would this be? I guess is the question. So I'm like about to say something rude to too abrupt someone's feelings. It happens enough, but a good enough amount of times I can put the brakes on in my head, try ever to imagine the person saying the same thing to me, and try to feel how I feel and therefore stop. Well, that thing of imagining if the person saying the same thing to you, which is putting yourself in their shoes, that would be FI. Um, so it would be an example of you using an introverted feeling. What would that tell us about your slot of your FE? Well, nothing necessarily by itself. Probably you're not polar, you know? If it's a living hole, probably not a great idea. Am I the best me? Not yet, says Levi Samuels. Well, that's why you need goals, okay? I've got a new acronym for a new year. Goals. G. Guaranteed to overcome all limiting stuff. Goals. That's how you overcome all your limitations. You need some TE, you need some SE. Everybody's favorite functions. Yes, our overcooking an egg is gross. Like every Asian video I've seen them making eggs, it's like the culture standard to burn the shit out of the eggs. I see. Well, do you like your eggs hard boiled or soft boiled? If you get them boiled. Are you saying, hold on, Eric, your big solution on how to be a better you is really just saying turn into some SE or TE person? You're right, Levi Samuels. Forget it, everybody. Let's give up on our goals. I'm a fan of the kind of egg you call over medium. It's it's the yolk is not runny, but it's not solid. It's viscous, so it's just a little bit runny. And it's kind of orange in color. It's between yellow and because like in between the yellow of runny and the yellow of well cooked, there's this orange of medium. I will eat an egg however you give it to me, but I cannot do it browned. So, okay. What if you get it and it has a little bit of sausage on it, so it just looks like it's brown? Will that be enough to be like, get it away? I like a runny yolk on a fried egg. It's like a yolky egg is in an egg cup with tiny toast ports. Um, Poached eggs is a nice compromise if you like them soft. When you boil them, boil hard. Okay. I don't think I really have the only time I eat poached eggs is when I get eggs Benedict. Runny eggs are disgusting, like a big cum or snot. Well, you're not wrong, but that's, try not to think of them like that. That's not consistent with a good eating experience. So, what was I going to ask about? It was a food thing. I was thinking about it just before this. Question I'm trying to type my friend is either ESFP or ENFP. How could I tell which one he might be? Well, you can test extrovert intuition. An ENFP is going to sound a lot more like me than an ESFP is. I'm a really big fan of Spam. It's an excellent ingredient. One can of Spam is enough meat for two people. It costs like $5 for the can of Spam. That's pretty cheap for the meat ingredient. It's delicious tasting. It also, when you fry it, you can fry it you can go anytime for an amount of time heating it up, from no time at all to like a long time. It never burns. It just gets crispy on its outside, and eventually it'll burn, but it's super burn resistant. It eats good as leftovers. It goes well with basically any starch. It goes really well with rice. It goes well with you can chop it up, put it in mac and cheese. And it's better than trying to do the same thing with, say, hot dogs. It tastes a lot better. It tastes more like a meat ingredient and less like hot dogs. So, Spam, you're a good ingredient, and I want to give you a round of applause. Good job, Spam. Next, good ingredient that I recommend to the people of the world because of its excellence as an ingredient. I'll tell you what, I'll give you either the brand or the kind of product. I give you the brand and you tell me the kind of product, or I could give you the kind of product and you tell me the brand. Which do you want? Do you want to know the company name or the kind of product? So, for example, a different kind of product, I bet you're going to get it if I tell you either one. Product, okay. Product is smoked sausage. What is the brand? Product smoked sausage. What is the brand? Good answer for both of you guys, but still wrong. Any other guesses? I think you're going to kick yourselves when you hear the correct answer. No, not JD Vance. Any other guesses? No, not Bob Evans either. The answer is, of course, and you're going to kick yourself when you hear this, Hillshire Farms. That's right. Hillshire Farms smoked sausage. It's excellent. I highly recommend it. It stays good forever. So, like, I like to buy things that say it expires 6 months from now, you know? And you just put it in the fridge. You don't have to put it in the freezer. And one of those sausages is enough meat for 2 meals for 2 adults. And again, it's one of those things that goes well with a variety of starches. If you want to go fancy, you have not just smoked sausage and rice, but also some steamed broccoli. Another one of those things that's already fully cooked, so you can go any amount of heating it up for a little bit to a lot. Well, you got it 1 second after you heard me say it. I'm sorry, I should have given it another second. But if you've not had Hillshire Farm smoked sausage, give it a try. They're relatively inexpensive. Again, equivalent price to the Spam. And it takes care of all your protein for a meal for 2 adults. They say Hillshire Farms is to meat as Pepperidge Farms is to cookies. And I agree with them. I think that's true. They're both farms where that thing is made. Just like the Keebler tree is to the Keebler Elves' cookie. Oh, sure, you're saying, but that's not the brand name. It's not really an analog. Fine, fine. Obviously, I'd smoke it. Smoke what? What are we smoking? Oh, we're smoking brisket? I mean, Jackson, let me tell you, Rachel and I generally, but not every time, but pretty much always get the brisket, the chopped up brisket sandwich when we go to the barbecue places here. Because it's hard to beat brisket. But, pulled pork has a great deal to do with the sauce. I mean, so does the brisket, but it seems like pulled pork tastes more like the sauce than the pork usually. Thanks. Speaking of Pepperidge Farms, remember when that one dude was trying to scare you with doxing? Was it fairly recent? Then yes. Pepperidge Farm remembers. Tartar sauce and a spicy red wine. Mixed together, right? I'm assuming. It's like some kind of cocktail disaster that somebody on a cooking competition show would come up with. The challenge is use these ingredients in a creative way. And it's like tartar sauce, um, shrimp, jumbo shrimp, asparagus, red wine. And they go, okay, well, I got a creative idea. I'm gonna put some tartar sauce in this red wine, mix it up, and serve it as a cocktail. So what we have here is a drink I call Wine of the Sea. And what I've done is I've kind of deconstructed a hearty fish stew dinner with the red wine you might have with that. This is a kind of sangria made with tartar sauce. The judges are like, did you say tartar sauce? Yes, that's why it kind of got that white chunky appearance. Yeah, I was wondering about that. I think you're gonna find it really is a surprise to your palate. Okay. They're talking it over in the judge's room. And, I really thought what you did with these burgers was delightful. But I'm sorry. That wine of the sea was, well, I threw up, Jenny. I ran out of the room and vomited. So I think that says it all. Yeah, it was one of the most horrific things I've ever tasted. Were you a raw vegan? Sounds like some kind of sexual innuendo, Ruben. It's a family show. Sweet pulled pork is better than salty pulled pork. Pulled pork's pretty amazing, honestly. I think it was the thing that broke my veganism. I mean, I feel like I'd starve if I was even a vegetarian. My body really needs meat to feel full. There's a reason Muslims and Jews are against pork. They need something regardless of religion. What did they know? I'm assuming the reason is that you could never eat it raw. I mean, it's not a good idea to eat all kinds of other things that people eat raw, but you can if you carefully select the piece of meat well enough or something. But pigs, I guess people have fed them a lot of crap. Well, I guess they keep them in muddy things so their skin doesn't get burned because they're not meant to stay out in the sunlight. I quit eating pork after working in an ag meal processing field. Oh, wow. Yeah. My dad always said, it's like a idiom, like, never visit the sausage factory. Meaning, like, don't look too deeply into how this was done in general. Now, if you were to say never visit the sausage factory, it would seem to have some sexual innuendo, probably. And for why? Only because and all because sausages happen to be shaped like penises. Seems like they got a raw deal there. Not quite as raw vegans. You think that thing about raw pork is a myth? Maybe. It's very much the kind of thing that I could have just accepted without any scrutiny because it's just kind of a factual thing. It's like it's not meaningful to making any arguments about anything, I guess. Who's interested in philosophy beyond picking it up for a short time before moving on to pickleball? Well, I guess you say I'm interested in it. I'm not interested in it as an ongoing field of study, especially. I think like all the significant philosophical questions have been answered already. Though very few people have those answers. I do, but that's has a lot to do with the benefit of cognitive functions. And the reasons a lot more people don't have the answers is because they don't have cognitive functions, which is a shame about cognitive functions in general. That's dark. Moon hand. Moon hands is dark? Oh my God, what's going on with my skin? I'm sorry, sir, you have moon hand. Moon hand? It's a disease you get when too many moonlight particles hit your hand. You spend a lot of time outside at night? Not that much. Well, it's apparently been way too much, sir, because you now have moon hand. How do I cure it? First off, just stay out of the moon. That'll stop it from getting worse. Okay. What else? You gotta piss on your hand every night between the new moon cycles, chanting these words. Seems like a magic spell, not a medical treatment. Hey, we medical people have come a long way. People now we accept like acupuncture and other bullshit. This is way more effective than any of that, I promise you. Okay, well, I get that pissing on my hand might be, because maybe there's something in my pee or whatever, but saying these words, will you just follow the doctor's orders, please? Or what did you say your name was? Never you mind. I'm imagining this guy might not actually be a doctor. That's what I'm thinking. Pork is part human man hand. Human man hand, but not human woman hand. Ew, that's human man hand. That can't give me a hand job. It seems like a context in which one might say that. Wait a second. Is that thing poking through the whole human man hand? If we didn't make you hungry, you'd be a big pothead. It doesn't really make me hungry. I mean, my amount of hunger would have normalized by this point regardless, you know? Mmm. I'm having a few bites of Rachel's leftovers from last night. You know what they say? Full belly, full mind. Full heart, full behind. Hi, Rachel Apollosa. Rick. Rachel Apollosa. I have discovered existing in poverty has sparked major bouts of creativity. Well, that's why, Gil, today I want to talk to you about goals. Geo, ALS goals. Guaranteed to overcome all limiting stuff. Goals. That's what you need, my friend. You need to set some goals, make a plan, follow through, have a little self-discipline. Take it from me, Eric, the guy who's live streaming right now. this isn't about me, Gil. It's about you, okay? We're not here to see if I have enough self-discipline or enough goals or enough follow through. We're here to talk about how you don't. And how, for the low price of $1,100, you can join a 45-minute group session with Dr. Lionel Sprinting Wolf Calico, who will teach you to go from crawling cub to sprinting wolf. Oh, thanks, Rachel. Because when I was younger, and she was still alive, I took cuteness lessons from Shirley Temple, renowned for her cuteness. I thought, well, who better teach me than the Shirley Temple, inventor of that drink that you can order. I believe it's 7-Up with grenadine in it. Yeah. She's not just famous for inventing that drink. She's also famous for being cute in a movie about a ship that had something to do with lollipops. I've never seen the movie, I don't think, but I'm going to take everyone's word for it and say, yeah, that's the person I want to teach me how to be cute. See you later, Levi Samuels. You have a really nice evening. And I want you to treat yourself to something nice tonight. No water slides of any sort, indoor or outdoor. 7:13. We're coming up on the time for the USC basketball game, which I know we're all going to enjoy. When did this come on? It might start a little bit late. Seems like there was a game on this that was before it that maybe is still on. Probably is still on. Let's see. Let me look on the live TV to see what channel it's going to be on and what time it comes on. I'm pretty sure. I know it's 7:30. I remember it as being 7:30 anyway. And yes, it's on Fox Sports 1 at 7:30. The game is currently on Fox Sports 1. Oh, so loud. There's 9:52 left in the second half of game time. So there's no way that's going to be done by 7:30. All I can do is pray for as few fouls and stoppages as possible. Anyway, there's a decent chance that they'll hold the tip off for a little while until this game's over, or for a little bit more of this game. The Steelers fired their coach. I read an article earlier in the day, I think it said, they asked questions about what's his future. Maybe that was because he got fired. I interpreted the bits I read to mean they were speculating about whether he would get fired. Maybe he got fired later in the day, I'm not sure. Let me see. NFL. Candidates on Steelers' radar. Oh, yeah, it was changed from questions about his future, suggesting he was hot seated, to he's gone. We lost a really good coach. Mike Tomlin's Pittsburgh exit, a loss of the Steelers' rock. NFL's longest tenured head coach steps down. Well, well, well. What have we there? Maybe the Raiders can hire him now. They fired Pete Carroll. Don't blame them for not sticking with Pete Carroll after that miserable season. Did think Pete Carroll was a good hire. Still think, hindsight being what it is, regardless, that it was a good decision at the time. He got a proven track record. There was no reason to think he would be any dramatically worse than he was, say, 6 or 7 years ago. He certainly seems with it, but obviously he did not succeed. And I felt sad about that because I like Pete Carroll. What are you going to do? In this cold, hard scrabble world we live in, Iran is looking to change its head coaches. Can't believe how long the current coaching staff has been running that country. It's been all the way back to the Ayatollah Khomeini. Oh, he quit? I don't think he quit, did he? They fired him after a playoff. He got them to the playoffs. Yes, they lost in the first round, but talking about developments in Iran, huh? And possible U.S. response/involvement. Well, that sounds like a real quagmire. A real quagmire in the making. Hopefully, it doesn't turn into that. I'm rooting for a return to the age of reason. Wouldn't that be nice? So, I do have one prediction for 2026 that, despite not having been entered in the contest, the winner of this year's Eurovision Song Contest is going to be piñatas, sombreros, 5 pesos each to ride my burros. That's going to be the winning song. And I'm going to be surprised to wake up one day to receive a check for $1 million in the mail from the Eurovision Song Contest. And I'll say, I never even entered this. And now I open that letter and say, you're probably thinking I never entered this. Well, you didn't, but we thought you were so deserving we gave you this award. I'm willing to bet no one is there best you yet. Oh, yeah, I don't think so either. But it's like, it's one of those sort of things that I wrestle with. If I was somebody who who did a fair amount of applying myself and having some self-discipline and being consistent about some things, and then I wouldn't, I don't naturally prioritize that kind of TE frame of thinking. But at the moment, close enough. That's good enough to a sombrero. You can put that on your head too. Um, there's some dark word chatter out there that says Stephen Miller is warning the 20th is going to be a moment. Most settle for not being their worst then. Yeah, I'm a little frustrated with myself for not being a better or at least more follow through oriented version of myself, but I guess I also understand that uh, one of the things to understand is like I think there's no good can conceivably come from talking more about on a live stream about how I'm not doing the things exclusive of live streaming that I ought to be doing. Your family comes from Iran, cousins, aunts, uncles. They came by boat, they came by plane, they came by subway, they came by train. I'm surprised. I'm impressed by the relatives of yours who came to America from Iran by train. I knew Iranian train technology was pretty robust, but I'm very impressed. We have completed our transatlantic train to America. Clinton's in contempt of Congress? Did the Clintons go before Congress recently or something? My mom and dad were able to fly to the U.S. because of a medical issue they had. Hmm. Well, in general, I think that we should not try to punish people after they leave office because not because they don't deserve it, but because of a purely utilitarian justification, which is uh, it's it's the most extreme form of like politicalization of the legal system. Even if that person really did do stuff that they could be punished for, we're better off um, not inflaming the culture war divisions that already are there and stuff. I talked to a lot of women who live in Iran now, very dramatic. I mean, I get it. Trump is also somebody who has a lot of connectivity with Epstein and that kind of stuff. It seems like, and it's all horrible. But what I'm saying is, when it comes to ex presidents, we should try generally to err on the side of not prosecuting them for things they did prior to getting out of office, because it's just it's too much of an endless cycle of politicized prosecutions. Even though you might well argue, well, in these kind of horrific crimes we're talking about, these individuals need to be punished in some way, etc. But I mean, you can make that argument with any kind of crime, right? So uh, I do think that I'm probably uniquely cautious about the idea of prosecuting the specific people we're talking about, Clinton or Trump, um, in a way that what makes it unique is that I wouldn't take that kind of, well, maybe we don't need to hold them accountable approach towards really any in any other context except for ex presidents. Oh, they were subpoenaed for the FCC. You mean the Clintons were? No, I get your race lever, but I'd be, I wouldn't feel confident that a given subpoena was not part of a larger effort to prosecute. But I mean, I get you. I wouldn't cry any tears for either of these people if they got prosecuted for actual crimes. I don't. I think what was appalling was Trump getting prosecuted for this technicality kind of crime that nobody else would have ever been prosecuted for if they weren't like the political enemy number one of the place where it got prosecuted. Well, they're both terrible. You know, Trump and Clinton, as far as I can tell, they both in, did a fair amount of engaging in that kind of stuff. Clinton did a shit ton of it, I think. You know. All right, well, you know, if they get prosecuted for contempt, like I said, I'm not gonna cry any tears over somebody who's guilty of those kind of horrible crimes getting prosecuted. But I I would say we should be wary about the kind of prosecutions that Trump underwent uh, in some New York district. You know, those things. That's not a good way to express our politics or political alignment or whatever. And as more people are starting to meet in the middle, the realization that both parties are absurd is starting to sink in. I hope that's true. You know, I do hope that's true. I find that politics is still very divisive, but it does seem that there's a lot less kind of mindless championing of Trump now than there used to be. You know, I still think. Well, I got distracted here for a second thinking about something I said during a typing session earlier. I was like, I don't think Brett Weinstein's a very good thinker. And the guy's like, no, he is a good thinker. And then he told me something Brett Weinstein had said about evolution that he says he basically has expressly said that they don't have, have any real grasp on speciation in evolutionary science. I was surprised to hear that he had said that because I've heard Brett Weinstein talks about some political stuff before. I think that I was just like, okay, no, 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 no. Right. Well, trying to do politics by cascading style sheets. For example, I'm liberal, therefore I'm Democrat, therefore I vote for these candidates, and or therefore what I'm voting for is this general kind of thing. It needs to be issue specific. Politics does, like a way to do politics properly is to properly articulate the correct policy on every specific policy question. It's not to represent some team or some area that supposedly is an adequate thing to use to determine policy instead of actually determining it specifically. But people don't exactly get that. What I say is if you're talking about people, you're not having a productive conversation about politics. So we might be having a productive conversation about politics if we're talking about something Trump's doing specifically. But if if the word Trump is used too often, we're already not having a productive conversation about politics because that's about a person. And the problem is that almost everybody deals with politics by talking about people a lot. Either Trump bad, or then like once he gets into office, and they're still griping about Biden as though they can't deal with politics without a boogeyman to shit on. So that's, I guess, the other reason I don't like the idea of prosecuting ex-presidents is you've got a lot of people's political energy focused on a person again, which is the problem that created this monster in the first place. This team that's in gray, I guess that's West Virginia, they are having a hard time in this basketball game. Sure, they're up against number 7 Houston, but I bet they hoped they'd be down by fewer than 29 points here at this point. The greatest orange leader the world has ever seen. That might be the case. It might be the case indeed. I don't know. What other orange leaders do we have to choose from? Are there any other orange leaders? What about the the Oompa Loompas, the leader of the Oompa Loompas? Was he an orange leader? I despise the Trump's limited vocabulary. Good, bad, better, best, greatest, sad, poor, rich. Yeah, well, his feelings about that can be summed up with this quote of Trump. Talk is cheap. If you think talk is cheap, you're basically also saying, I don't need to justify myself to you. I don't need to say words to explain why I'm doing what I'm doing. I don't want to hear your words, etc. It's fundamentally, contrary to democratic processes, which treat politics like a sequence of deliberative events that are deliberated by a language before any action is taken. So, you know what I say about talk is cheap? Well, that's why we can have so much of it. What he really means by talk is cheap is I don't want to justify myself and I don't want to listen to anybody else's critiques. Kitty, can you stop constantly meowing at me, please? I don't love that. Your plan of meowing me to death, it still counts as murder, sir, if you meow me to death. Okay, I'll get you more food. We need to go to the store and get more food. Last time I went to the store, I forgot to get food. I got a big dummy. He graduated from Dum Dum's College of Idiocy. Well, I'll tell you what. There's kind of a bright spot to this cat watch, because I do have to go pee, and you guys can watch the cat while I go pee, because he, like something that's in a state of quantum entanglement, cannot collapse from superposition without being observed. Yes, you can ask me something. He's just text in his just flexing his little meowsicles. Listen, meow, 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 you're a very special kitty. Meow, 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 and they like to pet you well. Oh, pet you. Meow, 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 while you're eating all your food. Okay, I'm gonna go pee now. So, I'll be back in a second. Well, we did it, everybody. You did your job of watching the cat. I did my job of going to the bathroom. And together, we can meet up and high five again. What do you mean you don't want to high five me? Because I didn't wash my hands. I actually did wash my hands this time. Usually I don't, but. It's all just hissing and pissing. Yeah, well, he's trouble. It's not surprising he's not the greatest host. Whatever it is you want from him, he's going to give you trouble as a side dish you didn't order. I just have to say that astigmatism isn't the coolest thing. Not the worst, but not the greatest either. Astigmatism. Listen, just be glad you don't have spina bifida. Show media, we're not singing Johnny right now. Okay? We're getting an early start on next year's Christmas by singing Christmas carols. Is Trouble possessed by Loki, god of chaos? I mean, I think he's possessed by the much less known god named Trubolo, god of trouble. Trubolo, he was just troublesome in every way. He wasn't necessarily mischievous or tricky. It's just like if he went to go get some cheese at the deli, he'd complain that they cut it too thin and try to make him cut it again. And then, as he was walking out of the store, he'd he'd accidentally drop trash behind him everywhere he went, and then people would have to pick up all these like used up Kleenexes from the ground. So he blew his nose on. And then it's like, let's say he went to your house and knocked on your door, and you're like, "Who is it?" And you'd be like, "Oh, it's Trouble." Say, "Come on in." You'd be like, "Let me in, let me in, let me in. Just come on in. Go around, the door's open. Let me in." Oh God, imagine somebody like that. And somebody was like, "Hey, buddy, you want to go out to lunch?" Um, Not really, not today. Sounds cool, but not really today. Like, "Oh, come on, I can't eat unless you go out to lunch with me." And then he just like calls you every 5 minutes to tell you to watch him eat at lunch until you just cave. And you're like, "Okay, fine, I'll go watch you eat because I'm not really that hungry." And he's like, "No, you can have something too." And then you order something and he like looks at you all expectantly like he wants you to give him some of your hamburger now. That is what my cat is like. What cognitive functions, if any, are associated with musical flow, that sort of mental autocomplete that guides you into making good riffs as if channeling something? I mean, I think it's a combination of extroverted intuition and introverted intuition. I think introverted intuition is a little less likely to have a flow that carries through. Uh, they're much more likely to kind of receive ideas more in full or in complete chunks. Whereas when I do stuff like that, I'm kind of like expertly intuiting uh, in order to happen into introverted intuition stuff. I don't know. It's hard for me to explain because I have a difficult conscious mind. The thing that matters, though, ultimately, is introverted intuition. It doesn't. There are lots of stuff that could validate on extrovertly intuitive grounds and do that don't validate on introverted intuition grounds and thus are not good. The right mushrooms and the right amount are good for channeling something. Well, Brandon and I jammed out a fair amount when he came over the other day, and I was pleasantly surprised by the experience. It was more fun than I thought it would be. Uh, I think that's the best way that he and I can engage musically because we don't really have the same taste. So there's not going to be any point in like composing together or working together to record stuff or something. And that's fine. But certainly, oh my goodness, is he here? You guys, it's Steve Billings. We're talking about Steve Billings, you know, the Steve Billings, the one we were talking about before. Sometimes called uh, the hero of the extended TMZ universe. It's taken me a while to train my ear. I think it pulls from some sort of information source that needs to be trained on data. Well, the thing is, I can tell you for sure that what helps me a great deal was having an IFJ explain to me simple concepts like the parts that sound familiar that you come up with, but you can't exactly say what it's from or whatever. That's what you want to hold on to. Those are the good bits. You, Eric, seem to want to excise those because they aren't original enough. And he basically gave me permission to myself. Like he gave me permission to give myself permission um to to accept stuff that I thought sounded kind of familiar, but so I would try to excise it before, you know. So it very much helped me to have the the map. Without the map, I may never have gotten there. I needed to have an understanding, like an explanation of that NI should be validated as the goal here and why, and how, in some extent, how to tell, you know? And then once I understood that, then I went on, started going on the right path. Varying degrees of successfully sticking to that right path, but nevertheless, I couldn't even begin to be on the right path until after I had the map stuff in place. Okay, yeah, I did add an extra thing in there, Ray Clever, unnecessarily. Thank you for that. 8 gave me permission that I hadn't theretofore been giving myself to keep the good parts. And that was super important to hear that. And I felt after that like, okay, I don't get how it happens when the good parts do happen, but I now have a much better sense. Thank you. I appreciate your permission. I did at that point did have a much better sense of what I was going for, and at some point I'd have some examples too as time progressed of things that I had come up with before that had stood the test of time, and I still thought they were good, and they still worked. You know, in other words, I could re-listen to them over and over again. For anything that had any kind of substantial problems, I couldn't listen to it at all, hardly. And for stuff that wasn't ultimately very good, I it did, I might be infatuated for a little while because I was too close to it or whatever, but um, it wouldn't be long before I couldn't listen to that either because things that aren't very good or aren't don't reach level meh, they don't stand the test of time at all, and the more you listen to them, the more you don't like them. I'll be back. I'll go get the man who met Harvey Levin. All right, Easy Lum fan page 67. You do that. You do that with all of your heart. Well, the USC game has started. USC's up 4-0 against the 7-9 Maryland team. We should win this. We're 13-3. Unranked, but understandably why. Because, I hear what you're saying now. Oh, it's the Asylum fan page. Oh, I see. It's not the Easy Lum, it's the Asylum. Well, you know what? I hate to tell the Asylum fan page. If they want that to be obvious, they need to put little spaces between the words. Okay, because I didn't see that E. There was just one E. I thought I let it act as though it were two E's. But you should also get your E's to be a little bit more honest. Stop pretending to be two E's when they are really just one E. What is the most overused word or words currently? That would depend on the individual. I have certain verbal tics that I don't like that I consider me overusing certain things, but it's not necessarily a word. It's like, or whatever. I don't like it when I say or whatever. That does not add anything to what I had said before. It's just this mindless kind of FE qualifying to make your correctness more palatable to others or less threatening. It was a trick question. What is the most overused word? I mean, I would say that to be overused, a word has to be used inappropriately. So there's not a replacement for what, really. Accordingly, it's hard to overuse it. Whereas, let's say somebody were talking about a bad person, they kept referring to them over and over again in various sentences and sometimes adverb form or whatever as incorrigible. You say, come up with another word that means something similar. You don't just keep saying incorrigible all the time. But if you had somebody asking a bunch of questions, you wouldn't say, why do you keep using the words what, how, who, why, and when? You just say, well, that's implicit to asking questions. IMO, it's diabolical. It makes my blood boil. What's diabolical? I have an easier time wrapping my head around perception functions and a hard time wrapping my head around judging functions. Drop a little prophecy on us, Unc. In 100 years, everybody will have powerful beams of light streaming from their head so that they can illuminate themselves because the earth will have fallen into continual darkness. Oh, they're really illuminating themselves. They're illuminating the way in front of them. Okay, fine. That's my prophecy. In the future, everyone will wear powerful headlamps because it'll be always night. Diabolical is extremely overused, misused. Yes, Darlene? Okay. Well, you know what, Olympics Kit? I think your claim there is absolutely diabolical. You're defaming people by saying that they're using that word wrong.
Yes. That means that Eric is here to help you. Oh, yes. Yay!
There you go, Lulu. You need to go to the bathroom? Where are we going? You're going to have some dinner? You want to go to the bathroom? Where's the The harness is in there? I guess
Oh
it's
no,
in-
no, harnesses. Oh yeah, it must be in there because you took.
Yeah. You want to go outside? Okay, well, let me put on your harness. Looks like we're going to go outside for a little bit, but I'm going to stay within, Yikes is dumb millennial stuff. Yikes is crazy work. What's crazy work? Six, seven. I kind of like yikes. You don't let your cat out like a cat. You harness it like a dog. Now that harness is for the dog that we're dog sitting while our neighbor is at work. He didn't want to lock her in the house for such a long time because he's going to be gone for a long time, like 9 hours, you know. And we don't have a fenced yard, so it's cool to be borderline mentally retarded. Really? I mean, it is true that there are a lot of famous, successful people who do seem to be quite challenged. But I don't know if they're respected because of their challengedness. It's possible, certainly. You want to put this on or what? How does it work? Like this? Okay, you want to go outside? What did I do with the leash? Oh, here it is. Let me get a hat too, because it's so cold outside. And I might as well get my glasses too. Sombreros. Pinatas. There you go. Now, you want to come outside? Well, I'm gonna go smoke cigarettes, so you might as well come with me. She doesn't look like she wants to go outside, really. Okay, well, I'm gonna go outside. You want to stay inside? You don't have to go with me. I thought you wanted to go out. I guess she doesn't want to go out. Maybe it's too cold out here for you. For her, I mean, not you. You'll be fine, I think. You want to come out with me? Or not? If you think we're going over to your house, you're wrong. That's not what we're doing. You can go over there if you need to go to the bathroom. We're not going to go check to see if Jared's home again. All right, shall we? Dog, I just want to be home. She didn't comment to any of the I have to put my glasses on. I do have them with me this time for a change. Jeff doesn't want to go. She's so comfortable. Hot dog. Realization of my mortality just hit. How long do you have? Dog just wants to be home. She doesn't consent to any of the house swapping. Yeah, she does. Well, she's also already feeling kind of, I think, fragile emotionally because Kay, who it seems like is maybe Lulu's number one person, she's in Australia for 3 months. She's been gone about I don't know, half a week or something. I mean, we did already go for a walk. We could go for another one, but I don't know if she really wants to go anywhere. Except back to her house. If she were to go this way, I'd follow her because I figure, okay, maybe she needs to go to the bathroom. But where are we going, Lulu? I don't think she wants to go anywhere. I think she just came out because she was kind of like, wanted to look at the door to see, are my parents back yet? No, not yet. No, this is not my dog. This is the neighbor's dog. We are taking care of her today because normally there's 2 of them over there, and so Lulu doesn't have to stay locked up in the house alone for too long. But today, Jared's going to be out basically all day and evening. He'll be back after 11, he said tonight. So, yes, we could take care of her. Yeah, she's old. Why does she only walk sideways? Okay, so she's got joint issues. She's old and she's got joint issues. I have to help her to get up onto the bed. Yeah, she strafes. Where are we going? Little Miss Doggy. She's just kind of looking, waiting for a car to come by or something. It was super sad when we drove up in the Subaru the other day. She thought maybe Kay was home and she came running up, and I felt bad for tricking her. Where are we going? We're going over here, huh? I guess we're going up the driveway a little bit. We're not going that far up the driveway though, because it's super dark and we only have Wi-Fi so far up the driveway. Now, we didn't buy a Subaru. We're renting the neighbor's car just for like 8 days at a much cheaper price than we were paying per day for the rental car company. Of course, it's not. It's a pretty old, beat-up car and everything, but still, it's kind of a lifesaver for us. So I'm pleased to further contribute to our web of reciprocity that we've got going on, It's useful and potentially very important, and depending on the situation and what needs to happen, etc. That we have good relationship with these neighbors. Are you going to the bathroom or what? If you're gonna go, just go right there because I can't really see in the dark. And people who are watching, all they are getting to watch is a black rectangle. Great. We're done? I don't know if she went to the bathroom. It was too dark to see what she's doing. But maybe she did. We're not going any further over that way, though. No, we're not going that way. If you're done with your dirty, dirty business, let's go back in the house. Okay, fine. Hold on a second. Okay. I guess we're going on a walk around the house or something. Well, I couldn't. I told her, like, no, we're not going that way. But then I just gave up immediately, my resistance. Okay. We made it back around to this side of the house. So that's progress. We're not going to your house, Lulu. No, we're not going there. Come on, sweetie. No, I know, baby, but no, your people are not home and you're staying with us this evening, okay? Come on, sweetie. I know. I'm not trying to, like, kidnap you or anything. It's just, it was a long time for you to be at home alone, so why don't you just come back with me to our house? And he'll be back in, like, 4 hours or something, maybe a little less. You get all that? Didn't Jared and Kay teach you how to speak English? Come on. Come on, sweetie. We're not going over there. Come on. I know, but I'm sorry. We're not going over there. Come on. Jared will come get you later this evening. Oh, you stepped out of that thing. Looks like I did a poor job of putting this on. I don't know how that works. Come on, let me put you in the house so I don't have to worry about that. Put your harness on right. Come on, Lulu. Come on. I'll be right back. I gotta help her on the bed. Okay. I got her in and she wanted to go back on the bed, so I lifted her up on the bed. And I'm assuming she went to the bathroom over there where she was dilly-dallying in the dark. As far as her homesickness goes, well, she's just going to have to tough it out for another 4 hours or so. It's currently after 8. He said he'd be here after 11. After 11 could, in theory, be 6 in the morning, but I think he means, he'll be here 11-ish. So, the dog will get to see Jared in at most 4 hours. So she just needs to deal with it until then. And I'm sorry, but I'm not gonna let some dog tell me how to live my life. The UAW's reaction is gonna be? You mean the United Arab Emirates? Well, this is our second time babysitting her, so this time she had more comfort already in that when she came in, she immediately knew where the bed was and that's where she wanted to go. seems like feels like a safe place in here to her. The bed does, because when we did keep her overnight last time, she slept in bed with us the whole night. Third time's the charm, yeah. I think we all know what happens after the third date. That's when she tells you she never wants to see you again because it's not working out. Well, he's not on vacation right now. He actually just went to work today. He had a long shift. Um, and normally his wife's there so that it's rare that their work schedule would not allow one of them to be home for most of that time or some of that time or whatever. But he didn't want to leave the dog locked in the house for like 9+ hours or something, and he didn't want to. They don't have a fenced-in yard or anything. Trump flipped off a bunch of Ford auto workers today and said, "Fuck you." Trump's a oh my god. He's quite a character, isn't he? I think that we could behave like dogs when we visit someone. Wander in, sniff their butt, jump up and lay down on their bed. Eric, how accurate is the idea that NE breaks down and rearranges SI data? No, extroverted intuition is a generative function, and to create specificity and or divergence, so disparateness in things, it can pull from either SE stuff that's around you that you see right now. So this is a story about a hat that was friends with a bottle of perfume, or you can pull it from introverted sensing. Like an example would be, let's say somebody says, make a story about a guinea pig. Well, one of whom was killed by some kind of predatory animal that got into its cage, I'm not sure what. And I might tell a story that involves a predatory animal getting into a guinea pig's cage, but instead that would just be like a core idea I took from a memory, and then I'd make up other stuff that was, I could draw from SE or SI, or I could just free associate stuff, which is really using introverted intuition to happen upon the right thing in terms of what it's doing. Right. The thing is, it might use NI if you give it something and say, what's something as different as you can think of from a bleacher? And then somebody comes up with an answer that's very different from a bleacher. That has to do with another kind of expert intuition, which is coming up with a bunch of different possibilities. Like one way you can expertly intuit is by like, let's say you're trying to come up with a rhyme for the word tomato. Well, you could go potato, cicado, potato, detato, footato, goodato, to see if any of those rhyme, right? By just going up the alphabet. In that case, you're testing out possibilities to see if any of them introvertedly intuit / introvertedly sense as a word that actually is, So trying out like out loud verbalizing different possibilities that might be driven by some random selection thing like that is also a form of extroverted intuition. It's one of the few examples of extroverted intuition where you could teach somebody else to do that, or just point out that they could do that. But they probably don't need to have that pointed out, because chances are they've ever tried to come up with a rhyme for something before, they've used the same method, or decent chance anyway. Tornado, Persuado, Golabro. Today though. Class dismissed. And so the other way that extroverted intuition uses introverted sensing is introverted sensing knows what you've done before or heard before. So, like if I'm fooling around on the piano, if I'm fooling around in a generative way or an ideational way, then one of the ways in which I'm doing that is knowing what I did before when I was playing around on the piano and trying to come up with something that contrasts against that, because I don't want to just repeat myself or something. So in that regard, SI contributes to NE by telling what has already been done. It's the only grocery store in my poopy small town. I wish I could go to a rich white store like Meijer or Costco. Meijer? I'm not familiar with that store. Any plans to keep working on typology and any way in the future? Well, I plan to keep working at typing people. In fact, I would like to see I'd like to see myself generate a lot more typing sessions if I could somehow manage to do that, because it's, in terms of hourly wage, it's the best way for me to make money. In other words, most money per hour, and it doesn't involve any commuting or anything. But you know, I'm a loser, baby, so why don't you kill me? If you like losing with your losing face, then you're in here the very best place. As far as working on figuring out / explaining typology, I mean, there certainly is stuff that's left to explain. There's observations. It could be used to justify certain things, or it could be explained by certain things. But like the major parts of the map have already been, like, you know how in games you walk over a map and it's like all gray and cloudy here and you can't see what it is until you walk over here and it gets uncloudy and then it stays uncloudy? Same thing with this. Most of it's uncloudy already. And some of the areas that aren't even areas that are specific to the explanation, but rather to either validation and or like, for example, question of, can we get any like physically gathered empirical data such as brain scans that can be meaningfully used to determine anything? Those kind of questions are not questions of the explanation. The fog of war. Just periodically when you walk by their house, give that house a thumbs up. That's all the positive energy you need to put into the universe. More than that is asking too much of you. Like, what are you? Mother Teresa? A very sanctimonious and controlling ESTJ nun? I'm by a lake on a cul-de-sac. Winston's mom, I wish you wouldn't use dirty words like cul-de-sac. This is a family show. Would you be happier, Winston's mom, if at least one of your neighbors periodically came and gave you a casserole? Right. Well, most people are sloppy and don't understand how much rigor it takes to establish anything defensively. Right, I'm drawing inexplicably to certain ideas that are somehow structurally satisfying. It's as if the ideas themselves bring me energy, and that brings me to go further down that train of thought and develop that idea. Right, well, it's understandably satisfying when you're either figuring something out or starting to understand something, and some bits of new information and or insight make things come together that before didn't fit properly, that's satisfying. But ultimately, um, if you're doing your job right, that's a means to an end of having it understood, in which case you're not really going to get those feelings anymore, but you can use it for other things. I'm not a leprechaun. I swear it. Listen, I don't have any problem with the leps, okay? And no, I don't consider lep a racial slur for leprechauns. I consider it honorific even. When I say it, I mean it respectfully. However, I will acknowledge that when people say that leprechauns are a bunch of no good, shin biting scoundrels, they're probably right. You play Scrabble like a real man. That means all the words you make in Scrabble are things like chainsaw, truck, penis. They don't like being called leps. Well, you know what? That sounds just like one of those sensitive leps. It's my pot of gold. It's mine now, motherfucker. Lepa, please. Testimonials are good for generating business. Heard you mention them earlier. Well, I could dress up as different people and record testimonials and say, "My name's Judy. Eric typed me a while back and I thought it was just great." Prejudice for hate. You ever seen the horror leprechaun movies? No, I don't think so. Oh, this girl belongs to the leprechauns. Kabbalah me this, Kabbalah. You could provide one. A leprechaun? An esoteric structure? A pot of gold? Oh, a testimonial, I see. All right, well, that'd be cool. That'd be great. Maybe we could make that thing. Eight 5309. I got it. What do you got? Prejudice. Of course, the problem with the word prejudice is that prejudice is not in and of itself a bad thing inherently. What's bad is judging on irrelevant criteria, you know? So it's bad to prejudge somebody on a criterion that you shouldn't judge them on. If you want to prejudge somebody you never met based on the fact that you already know they're a convicted serial killer, that's just fine. Because that's an appropriate kind of criterion to judge people on. Hello, Brazil. How's it going? You're Brazilian, but your language is some kind of Asian, probably Japanese, could be Korean, could be Chinese, I don't know. I'm erring on the side of Japanese. If so, konnichiwa, moshi moshi, ohayo, and shimasu. The seed sentence, then, which we cast into the subconscious mind of the reader, is this: Kether is the Malkuth of the unmanifest. Kether is the Malkuth of the unmanifest. You know, I watch a lot of anime, so I know a lot of little Japanese expressions. Some of them I know what they mean more than others, you know, like wakata, wakarimashita, so desu ka, atakimasu, things like that. Malkuth is the 10th of the Sephiroth in the Kabbalistic tree of life. What's the Sephiroth? You look like the kins of guy who knows the current price of crack. I don't have that much family really, so if I had, the thing is, the likelihood of somebody being related to somebody who knows the current price of crack would seem to link much more strongly to the size of that person's biological family than it would to anything else. So if you guess from looking at me that I seem like somebody who had a large biological family, you guessed wrong. I don't. And so accordingly, I'm less likely than the average person, because my family is smaller, to know somebody who knows the current price of crack. However, if somebody were to tell me the current price of crack, I would be interested to know, and I would probably remember what it was. So it's also going to link to whether another person has incidentally informed me about this issue prior to your arrival to make your prediction. You look like the kind of guy who has tested the depths of his own anus. Well, octopusa? I'm not sure what that person would look like. Maybe you have that, you know, the beady eyes of an anus depth tester. I'm not sure. The unmanifest is pure existence. Okay. How is pure existence different from impure existence? You once met William Shatner? Yeah? Did he chat with you? Would I like to ask you any questions? Yes. What would be your dream first date? They take you on a picnic. They take you to an air show. Or they cook dinner for you at their house. What's your ideal first date? Ask spelunkers. Well, you know, what I like to say about ask spelunkers: today an ask spelunker, tomorrow a member of Anal Wreckage Anonymous. Know about meeting Bill Shatner? Well, I mean, the only thing I'd have to ask you before I could ask you anything more specific is what did you ask him, or what was exchanged between the two of you informationally? You met Penn Jillette and Teller. Did you say, I got a magic trick for you? That'd be funny. They'd probably wonder if you were serious. I think you probably were. According to the Kabbalah, in the beginning, everything was God. When God contracted to make room for creation, spiritual energy filled the void. The energy poured into vessels which strained to contain all of the energy. And that's where pickles come from. We talked about haircuts, huh? Did he approve of your haircut? Disapprove of your haircut? Or were you the one who brought up the topic of haircuts? Straining to hold the great power, the vessel shattered, sending countless shards, bits of the glowing matter into the vastness of the universe. These scattered bits of divine light must be collected. When the task is done, the forces of dark will be vanquished and the world will be healed. Leonard Nimoy? I thought this was about the Kabbalah. That's Leonard Nimoy explaining about the Kabbalah. The Daily D. Well, thanks. I'm glad I was able to inspire you. I don't personally use that term, even though, yes, I am fluidly transracial, and yes, I am often enough so-called black, But I take my racial identity seriously, and so I don't use those kind of slurs. I thought the Kabbalah was like some early form of Gnosticism. I didn't know it was Jewish. When did that come to be the case? I look more into the Hermetic Kabbalah. Well, Cinderella one time lost a shoe at the Kabbalah. Presumably, she was able to dance in it just fine, but not run, because that's when she lost it. The name's Coach Callahan. If you need guidance, you approach the coach. I once coached a horse to speak. They shot it. Boy, my heart welled up with pride when that horse said, "Please don't shoot." I met William Shatner. Hey, I met William Shatner. I met William Shatner all the time. The Book of Mormon has entered the chat.
So far, the first half is Coit gets the runner. What a first half he's having.
Hi, I just joined your channel. What's your content? Well, I do a lot of different topics, really, ranging from philosophy to politics to sports to science topics to typology, personality type, MBTI stuff. I play some music sometimes. Talk about aesthetics sometimes. Occasionally, I'll just share little factoids that I've learned various places. But mostly, when I'm live streaming, what I do is read and answer the chat, like I just did. Does anybody have any questions you'd like to ask me at the time? I'm at William Shatner. What were you carrying in your hands? Yes, science topics do include biology. Depending on the specific thing in biology you want to talk about, I may or may not be well informed about it. But one thing that we do talk about fairly often around here, and I'm hesitant to even mention it, that does fall under the category of biology, is where species came from. What was he wearing? He was wearing nothing but a martini and a smile. I was going back into the hotel. All my luggage was in my room. I see. Where did you see him in the elevator or something? You wanted your opinion on Homo sapiens and Darwin's theory of evolution? Well, I think evolution is not an explanation of where species came from in any adequate sense of the word. There's no reason to vote for that affirmation because we know what it purports to do. We know what something that purports to do such a thing needs to do to be validated, and it fails to be validated. Ergo, we negate. We evolved into fofo sapiens. I didn't mean to make anybody cry, and if it's the instance I think you're talking about, I think he's actually an INFP, not an INTP. But I could be wrong about that. His TI was certainly plenty robust. I don't have an alt. I don't have an alternate explanation. I wish there were an explanation that made sense and validated and so forth, but there isn't currently. And so the correct answer about where species come from is we don't know. And the thing is, we don't need a preferable alternative to negate evolution. I like to think God did it works for me. Well, God did it works for you in the sense that you feel as though you don't need any further answer than that, but it's still not an explanation of how species came to be because it fails to do the things that evolution fails to do, things that are necessary to do if you want to count as an actual explanation for something. So if you want to say, my faith allows me to put that question to bed, that's fine, but that still doesn't make it an explanation. I mean, there are many reasons why one might intuitively leap to the conclusion that evolution occurred. Branching fossil record, uh, ecosystems where you see very precisely differentiated benches filling very distinct niches, etc. Those are the main things. Vesicle organs being another one potentially. Somebody might say that looking at the genetic commonalities between sometimes very different species is also evidence that they were once the same or something. But ultimately, if evolution were to be given credit for doing its job, it needs to not just intuitively seem at first glance like, hey, this seems implied by the observations. It's got to actually validate through the hard work, the rigorous stuff, which is to say, experiments need to validate or falsify predictions that one can make predicated on assuming its mechanisms as described are as described. So the problem with evolution is that it is not a terrible idea coming at the outset from Darwin to go, well, look, if there are positive mutations and they can be selected in favor of sufficiently to explain infusion of that mutation into a genome, thereby it becomes exclusive that genome exclusively has that mutation and therefore it's changed, even though it's still called the same species. It's actually different now. If we can, extrapolate that out very slowly over 4 billion years, well, then maybe that explains where species come from. A perfectly reasonable intuitive leap to make, but not correct. It's been falsified left and right by every thought experiment slash definitional argument slash actual empirical experiments slash just observational data that's empirical. Like everything falsifies it. Evolution can't happen in a million years, at least. Well, I mean, the biggest problem with that evolution has is this: it says in the status quo that it explains evolution for something called punctuated equilibrium. But if it wants to sustain that claim, It needs to provide reason why something evolves, what makes it stop evolving, and how, or some sequence of events that actually gives us particular information about how it got from meow to meow and how many generations and what kind of mutations were undertaken in what order, etc. Oliver, the thing is, I don't mind like your attempt to come in and I guess engage provocatively in some way, but what I do mind is why would you choose to copy and paste somebody else's idea that I've heard a million times before as some kind of way to engage with anything for in any reason? It's like even if it works, you don't get any credit for it, or you shouldn't feel good about it because you didn't even make it up. So I want you to rethink this idea you have that it's a good idea to copy and paste things other people came up with that are dumb to begin with, and uh, and use that as your calling card in life. Right. Well, I reacted, but it is good that you got my reaction because you can learn something from it. So, for example, if uh, if Joe says you're dumb, and you react and go, "No, I'm not," and then you think, "Hey, I should say that too. I got a reaction too." Well, then you need to rethink your priorities because obviously you could also get a reaction from people by running up and punching them in the face. The issue isn't whether or not you're going to get engaged with. I engage with everybody who says whatever they say. You're really worth engaging in an interesting fashion. The only reason this is interesting is because you're responding to the critique, which is unusual in instances like this. Look how triggered I am, people. Waffle, waffle, I got what I want. Well, I'm glad you got what you want. In general, I want people here to get what they want. But I also want you to get something that's good for you, whether you want it or not, which is a lesson in the importance of originality. So the thing is, I've also said equivalent things to previous people who've said the same thing. Once again, not because I'm afraid of giving them what they want, they can have what they want, but because they get something extra as well, a lesson in how not to be lame, you know? Again, not because it's offensive in any way, but because it's so unoriginal on your part. And you're just saying, like, I'm I'm a copycat provocateur. If you're gonna be a provocateur, at least have authorship of it. So I appreciate you coming and offering this provocation because it's given me something to say that's interesting and informative to you, and give me a chance to display my excellent wordcraft skills, etc. I don't drink soda. I do drink soda. I haven't drank any soda right now. I drank some coffee, but caffeine doesn't hype me up at all. I'm not in any coke, but thank you for saying so. I guess what you're saying is that I'm so remarkably fluid in my speaking that I must be coked out. Well, no, this is actually natural skill on my part, and I guess plenty of practice and training. But I would attribute it more to natural inclinations and everything. And remember, of course, what I am doing right now. I'm live streaming, a form of live streaming that comprises entirely me talking. So it's a good thing that I have that skill, isn't it? But you are fun. I appreciate your back and forth with me. Most people just run at the first sign of critique rather than triggered, right? Because that's what you got from me is you didn't get me triggered, you got me critiquing you, which is different. In other words, I'm not responding to your provocation in as a provocation as it's intended, but rather I'm using this as a opportunity to shift the conversation over to this lane and etc., you know? So in that regard, we can both get what we want. It's not exclusive. And of course, I also note that even if you seem unwilling to benefit in the moment, that there are plenty of instances, I can think of instances with myself where I took lessons to heart, even if I didn't respond accordingly in the moment. I took them to heart later on. So that's one for you to grow on. Anyway, you know, like for example, if you wanted to do stuff that was a little bit more fun, but also potentially provocational, you could always try to fool me with one of those names, like Anita Dick and Me, for example, or Dixon My Ass. If you come up with a new one that I haven't heard before, you might even fool me with it. First time I ever heard Anita Dick and Me, it actually did fool me. Think how satisfied that guy was. Of course, you just copy and paste other people's ideas, then you're never going to get to know that satisfaction. No, you don't need to have authorship to talk about a topic. I'm saying if you want credit for being cleverly provocative, don't copy and paste something I've seen a million times before, you know? Because that's not going to come across as cleverly provocative. It's just going to come across as some tard, you know? A long time ago, you got me to say Edith Pussy. Well, that was good for you and my mistake, obviously. I had a student that I had in my debate class one time for a couple of years, actually, his name was Richard Dong. No, they're not racially rude. The expression itself is gross, and the idea is that disgusting. So that's why around here, you always get nothing but tidy firsts. Tidy Fister is a good name for a character in like an Old West show or something. She's the minister's wife, Tidy Fister. He's Minister Fister. She gets very upset when she discovers that her daughter's been dancing in one of her classes at school because we Fisters don't get up to any such vulgarity. Myself, I'm a doctor, and even in the off hours, we still discuss complicated cases that sometimes even consultants couldn't handle. I could understand that would be the case, you know. And like, I was talking to this neighbor of ours who lives down the street and who has come to hang out with me before. I guess you call him a friend, you know. But he's a pretty young kid. He's like 22. And he had brain cancer. And they cut out a fairly sizable chunk of his brain. He has a picture of it on his wallet. And, the kind of cancer he has is so rare that some of the medical treatment he got was funded using cancer research. There's so few people who have that kind of cancer that, you know, if you have it, you get to have your stuff funded as research on that kind of cancer. I thought that was interesting. But he seems pretty normal, you know. It's like, not pretty normal. Like, he doesn't seem like there's anything wrong with him at all. Like, he doesn't have any brain damage or anything that you can tell. But he does have some, seems like, a bit of trouble medically with back pain that's not actually a problem with his back, but it's like a problem with his brainstem or something. Meningioma, glioblastomas. That sounds like the name of like somebody in a Roman historical drama. Glioblastomas. And then he walks in, the gladiator walks into the arena, and everybody cheers. Ah! Brain tumors. I've heard people can lose a lot of brain, especially early on, and then the brain will find a way to make them function essentially normally. I think from what he said that the doctors were kind of surprised that he didn't show more impact cognitively or whatever from it. But he's an interesting kid, you know. He's also, he refers to himself as, I heard him refer to himself one time anyway, as a marijuana researcher. And he does have incredible knowledge and skills working with marijuana. Like, he makes all of his own concentrate carts. He has a centrifuge. And he knows all like the chemistry of it and stuff. All the things that are in marijuana and what they do and all that kind of stuff. Presumably, and he says like he has trouble with painkiller meds and stuff like that. I think he's probably FI front stack, but I don't think he's TI polar. He might be an NFP. He seems to have kind of countervalued NI when it comes to at least talking about tastes and music and stuff. He kind of has an express preference for things that aren't just pop songs or something. It's kind of like an express preference for artiness. And he dresses like super much like a high school for the performing arts kid. Like he wears like a dress kind of, but as far as I can tell, he's a straight male. But you know, it's like kids that age, they've kind of internalized queer chic, I guess, as a style thing. Anywho, interesting guy. He has one of those electric scooters that he rode over here on. You know, the kind you can rent in the city to get around. He's got one of those, but he's not renting it, obviously. One, extreme fatigue. Two, gradual weight loss. Three, small petechia. Four, long-term headaches. Five, vision changes. Six, gait changes. Oh, you mean 6 and 8 are the same. Did you put it because you misspelled gait? 7, nausea and vomiting. 8, gait changes are the main signs of having a tumor. What's small petechia? Hi, Scandinavia. I'm from Mariposa, California, home of Yosemite National Park here in America. You may be familiar with it as that place with the big rocks they climb, like Half Dome and El Capitan. Scandinavia, huh? So does that mean you're like Sweden, Denmark, Netherlands, or Norway? Or is Norway Nordic? Marina del La Rosa. Sounds like you're Scandinavian by way of Spain. Petechia. Petechia. Do you have small petechia? We'll fatten them up with Carson's petechia food. Spain-Dinavian. Yeah, you're Spain-Dinavian is right. I spent much time researching marijuana myself in Vivio. Oh, you're Scandinavian with Colombian genes, huh? Is that what people in Sweden say as a euphemism for them liking cocaine? No, I'm Scandinavian. I just have, Colombian genes. I think somebody in any country could use that. It's like, yeah, no, I'm not restless. I'm just, Breaking Bad. Don't worry about these bags under my eyes. It's not representative of a medical problem. I'm just Breaking Bad. Long-term headache. I don't have any of those things, so I'm going to say I don't have a brain tumor. I may have small petechias, because I don't know what that is, but I don't have the other ones. I'm going to Google it, though. I'm going to Google it and find out what that means. Small petechia. Oh, you want a little petechia? Oh, like little red dots? Oh, I don't know. I don't think I have those. Two months ago, one person presented to ER for road traffic accident. We had a retroperitoneal surgery for him to treat trauma, only to find out the guy had renal cell carcinoma developing. Where are your renal cells? Are they near my renus? Mom is Colombian with France and African genes. Dad's Scandinavian. Cool. Did you grow up in Scandinavia? Kidney, man. Oh. Renal is near your it's in your kidney, huh? Well, don't you have two kidneys? You can't just take out one of them if it's got renals in it? I mean, if it's got, what is it called again? Carcinomas in the renal cells. Have you noticed an influx of shingles in younger people? Oh, you're not asking me. I have not noticed an influx of shingles in renal people. I have noticed a dramatic rise in diseases of the renus. Yes, I did in the cold, already looking forward for summer. Well, if you're from Scandinavia, that means you should be directing your attention right now to getting excited for the Winter Olympics. Remove one kidney, but first make sure a guy has lifetime life insurance. Well, yeah. I mean, if they let the life insurance company know that they have kidney cancer, they're probably not going to sell them a very affordable policy. See you later, race lever. Don't forget to eat plenty of cheese. And don't forget to have a great evening. And be kind to yourself. You deserve it. Or like that nice shirt in the supermarket I saw said, whoever you are walking behind me, you are enough. Oh, I am? You see that, Rachel? I'm enough. Finally, I'm enough. After all these years of being woefully inadequate, both generally speaking and in every specific way. I was like, what a like positive guy to go out of his way to put that shirt on so that people who are behind him can be told that they are enough. Seems like kind of an ESFJ thing to do. My ESFJ ex-wife used to say, "You are loved." Well, that's nice to hear. Better to be loved than hated. You've made a difference. Yeah, but everybody hates me. That's the difference you've made. It used to be nobody heard of you, and now everybody hates you. Nothing beats a feel-good Walmart shirt. Positive words, exactly. Some positive words sometimes are nice to hear when they're just the positive words you need to hear or feel like would be, I guess, convalescent to your sadnesses. Or you can't get any more attractive, Rachel. You're already at the top of the scale. Better to be loved or hated than not to be known and forgotten. I mean, it's better to be loved than unknown and forgotten. I don't think it's better to be hated than unknown and forgotten. Chances are, if you have to be hated to be forgotten, to known, then you've done bad things that aren't worth. It's not worth the moral liability to gain the increased immortality. Oh, we missed it. Basketball game's back on. No cheese for me unless it's vegan cheese. Oh, right. Sorry, Race Leaver. I always forget about your veganism until it comes up again. Then I remember. I think I'm going to get a beverage other than coffee right now because I feel a little bit coffeeed out. Not so much that I don't like the taste of it anymore as I'm feeling a little dehydrated from just drinking coffee. So, one thing that I like to drink if I am feeling dehydrated is a beverage called water. Water is one of your more hydrating beverages. In fact, you may or may not know this, but the word hydro, which is where hydrate comes from, is ancient Egyptian, meaning liquid from the sky. I lied. It's not really ancient Egyptian. It's probably Greek. And it probably just means water, not see-through sky liquid. Me want see-through sky liquid. Why, caveman, would you have such a complicated way of saying such a simple concept? That doesn't seem consistent with your inability to use grammar. Vegan cheese apparently is sometimes made from potatoes. I didn't know that, but apparently it is. Sometimes it's made from real cheese, but they suck out all the animal from it. Just like non-alcoholic beer sometimes starts as real beer and then get all the alcohol out of it. Sometimes vegan cheese is just a way that vegans trick their mouths into pretending they're eating something good like cheese. For example, let's say they're eating some unseasoned beans. They go like, "This is vegan cheese. It's just as good as cheese." Unseasoned beans. Unseasoned lima beans. If you could travel to wherever you want to, where would you go? Well, I don't really like to travel at all, but I would like to go to Norway at some point. I've got a friend who lives in Norway who visited me here in the U.S. and she's married to my former assistant coach and friend who met her via this channel. So I would someday like to go to Norway to visit them and go see some fjords or whatever. I don't generally like to travel. If we're gonna have to travel to some place far away besides Norway, I might pick like Japan in theory. Uh, but I might pick like Alaska. I don't know. I've been to China, I've been to Taiwan, I've been to Russia, I've been to England, I've been to Austria, I've been to Italy, I've been to Mexico, I've been to Canada, been to Hawaii, been to many different states in the US. But I never been to pick something over. No, I have been down to pick something over before. Rachel and I are kind of big homebodies. We tend to spend a lot of time here at home. It's pleasant here. It's very comfortable. And a lot of times when we do leave to go out and do something, we'll just be out like an hour and a half, and we'll both be feeling like anxious to get back home. Go there to ski. I do like to ski. I skied in Innsbruck, Austria when I went there. And it wasn't great conditions, to be honest. It was quite icy. I'm not sure it was a big snow year that year. Scandinavia. I would guess that you must not be in the Netherlands because I'm pretty sure that's very close to sea level. Perhaps Norway has mountains like that in Scandinavia. I'm not sure what Sweden has or Denmark. I don't know. I don't know much about geography. Don't know much about history. I don't know much about the math I took. Don't know much about meow meow milk. What I do know is I love you. And I know that you love me too. What a beautiful world it will be. Or something like that. Kind of similar to that, the song goes. Norway is the best place to ski? Oh, you live in Norway? Oh. Yeah, I have a video I made that's a fake Norway tourism board video in which I make up facts that aren't true about Norway. For example, something like legumes make up 2/3 of a Norwegian's diet. It's not really true. And that the average Norwegian spends almost all of their time at the fjords. Probably also not really true. But what is true is there are not a lot of words that start with FJ, but fjord does. So that's something to remember. But yeah, my former assistant coach and friend Abraham, he moved from Los Angeles to Norway and married Susie, and now they live together there. And then he for a while anyway, had a job as a fish farmer in Norway. I don't know what he's doing now. She is like the manager of a pet store or something. But I don't know what exactly the city they live in is called. You know, if you're in Norway, I'm just going to go ahead and say, regardless of where you live in Oslo. Everybody knows that city's name, but nobody knows any other Norwegian cities. So I just write in my mail package or letter to Marina della Rosa, Oslo, Norway. And they'll find it, I'm sure. They'll find you wherever in Norway you are. And you'll be like, I can't believe that guy sent me a letter. What does it say? Dear Marina della Rosa, you didn't really think I'd write you a letter, did you? Well, joke's on you. And, as I predicted, simply putting on this letter's address, Marina della Rosa, Oslo, Norway, was adequate, and they found you no problem. And then you'll just be so amazed. You come back to the stream and be like, you did it, and it worked. I'm so amazed. And I'll say, well, I'm a pretty amazing guy. I do amazing stuff every day. I do more amazing stuff before breakfast than all the Nobel Prize winners combined did in their entire lives. I believe Norway has jurisdiction over that. Like, in case the world ends, seed bank. Is everybody familiar with that thing? There's a seed bank. I think it's in Norway somewhere. Maybe it's Finland, but they have gathered like every seed that they can find for every plant on the planet as much as they can. But particularly, I guess, food plants probably. Anyway, they have them all stored in this seed bank for the end of the world. Oh, is it in Alaska? No, I don't think it's in Alaska. Maybe it's Finland. It's very far north, though. I know that. Very close to the Arctic Circle, at least compared to here, which is not very close to the Arctic Circle. And I want to put in a recommendation to the World Names Committee that, and World Names and Shapes Committee, that we change both the name and the shape of the Arctic Circle into a square. There's no reason except arbitrary ones to draw a circle around the North Pole and say this is the Arctic. We could use a square. We could use a pentagon, for example, if you wanted something a little bit more rounded off, but not round. Who's with me? And while we're at it, let's make daylight savings time a 2-hour time change instead of a 1-hour time change. Spitsbergen, Norway. Oh, Spitsbergen, Norway. If it was called Spitsbergen, Norway, then if you're talking about a couple that broke up, you could say like, nah, that couple moved to Spitsbergen, Norway. Spitsbergen, directly translated, it means town where people spit on things. And, that town has spent centuries, if not millennia, trying to live down that unwanted nickname for their town just because one guy a long time ago spit one time. Oslo is the best city. Sounds like the name of an uncle or something. Like, Uncle Oslo's coming over. Oh my God, he's my favorite uncle. He always lets me drink his beer. Does he? No, I was just kidding. Brian, I told you not to tell your mom I let you do that. Sorry, Uncle Oslo. Doesn't he seem like that could be an uncle's name? I think so. He thought it pertained to brothels. Oh, well, just because you've got a mind that's in the gutter, Olympics kit. And apparently you've forgotten that this is a family show. Okay? That's not the kind of family anybody wants to be a part of. Low OST syndrome. OSS is the medical term for your ovaries and sex stuff. It's the field of medicine that gynecologists study. Eric, what do you think of a great number of people who think your type can change? Where did this amateur theory derive from? Well, I mean, I think it comes from the idea that people who do a poor job of mostly people who do a poor job of self-reporting, but also conceivably people who misunderstand the parts of the self that remain the same due to cognitive functions, that those people look at examples from their past where they perceive themselves as having been different, and or they're projecting onto typology the ways in which they would like to be different or want to change, and so they need a model that allows them to change who they are because they want to be different than they currently are. You know, people with a very bad relationship with maps demonstrate what would appear to be a belief that if they can get, say, me to agree with them that they're type yeah, and get affirmation that yes, that label, I agree with you, your label is correct, that they will then become more like that somehow. Because it makes no sense at all, obviously, for, say, an ESFP to think they're an INTP and try to convince me that they are an INTP by ham-fistedly trying to game questions that they couldn't ever conceivably game. Well, that might seem like impossible somehow. Like, wait, that's getting everything wrong. Like, you're trying to say that if you can convince me to sell you a map of Kansas, then you'll be in Kansas, even though I'm telling you right now you're in Oklahoma and trying to give you the Oklahoma map, right? Look, I don't care how much you say I'm in Oklahoma. I say, and I know best because I would know where I am, not you, that I'm in Kansas. So please just sell me the Kansas map and then we'll be in agreement that I'm in Kansas. Have I ever been typed by somebody? No. I mean, I've been typed by random people casually for kicks, like, you know, maybe a long time ago, somebody asked me some typing questions too or whatever, but not that I recall ever having been told a type by somebody else and it being memorable or have anything significant to do with my understanding of my own type. The only people who ever have typed me as anything but ENTP, as far as I know, are people who are exercising some kind of agenda of delegitimize Eric for one way or another, for one reason or another. I mean, the reasoning behind it is going to be, well, if I can get people to, if I can successfully cast doubt on Eric having gotten his own type right, then I'm also invalidating the idea that he's correct about typology. Well, yeah, that does not happen. Your type does not change. It is the case that you can be manifesting different flavors of the same thing. So, like, having extroverted intuition dominant, TI second, it plays out during happy times with fewer stressors in one way, plays out in sad times another way, plays out in demanding times a somewhat different way, but regardless, it's still a manifestation of the same phenomenon, extroverted intuition dominant TI tool. The irony of Chase trying to typing you ISFJ when he is 100% not an ENFP, super funny. Yeah, I mean, when type doesn't interview the way you do others. I mean, last I had heard, he had just typed me an ESTP, but he may have at some point also typed me as ISFJ and then changed his mind or contradicted himself. You know, I don't know. But yeah, he's absolutely, and obvious to anybody who understands very much about typology. It should be pretty obvious to them that he's not an ENTP. It's not generally a good approach typologically to say, at least it's not going to give you a defensive typing of somebody to say, well, I know that Mia's an ENTP and this guy's very similar to him, so he's probably an ENTP. But it does make some sense to say we can point to a few textbook ENTPs. Me, for example, I'm very textbook ENTP. There's nothing confusing or misleading about the myriad ways in which I spew ENTP-ish all the time, ENTP-ishness all the time. But you could look at me or any other person who's properly typed as an ENTP and note if you're noting any relevant cues from affect, behavior, tendencies, etc., then you will immediately say, wait, this CS Joseph guy is not like this at all. God damn it. Maryland, oh, that was us. Oh, we're in the white uniforms. This whole time I've had it backwards. It's now halfway through the second half. Because the last time I watched us play, we had on uniforms very much like the dark ones. Or, I don't know. Yeah, we did. Well, thanks, Marina Del Rosa. I appreciate it. I preach. Preach is a slang shorthand for appreciate. I think should gain a lot of traction going forward. Preach me, bro. Preach me. Nice job, SC. I did have it right for most of the first half, I guess. I just somehow forgot. Baker Mazzara is giving the old Macaulay Culkin over that dunk. I always forget to like. Will you ever forgive me? I've already forgiven you. And I've pre-forgiven you for future forgets as well. Hey, everybody. Don't forget to like and subscribe. It really helps out the channel and means a lot to me. I always forget to say that stuff, too. Even though that what I just said is true. I do really appreciate it. It does help out the channel. And I do want you to do those things. I just forget to say it all the time. Just like I forget to say please and thank you. It's not okay.
I told myself I was okay with my moderate to severe rheumatoid arthritis.
Please and thank you. Please and thank you. Those are the magical words. If you want something done and feel good about it, please and thank you are some magical words. You can be polite or you can be rude. Choose wisely, my dude attitude. Yeah, you know, I've got some good life advice for you. You might call me something of an evangelist of manners. I got 2 pieces of advice for you, 2 little words that are going to go a long way. Those words are please and thank you. Okay? Nobody wants to help somebody who's rude and says, hey, you dummy, do this thing. No, try a different approach. Say, would you please do this thing? I think you'll see an amazing change of results. And then after they do it, go ahead and toss in a thank you at the end. Just like that. It's like, hey, you know what? Thank you. And you know what the person is going to say? You know what? Thank you. And then you say, you know what? Hey, you're welcome. Give it a try. See if it doesn't make a real change in your life. Because currently, you're rude as fuck. And you need to stop it. Also, you should probably get in the habit of calling the people you meet milord or milady, just in case they happen to be royalty. You don't want to accidentally be rude to somebody who's royalty, or you'll be locked in the Tower of London. It's a good place to keep people if you're royalty and you're trying to lock somebody up, because it's right there, centrally located in London. It's a tower, so they can't get away by just climbing out the window. You're a Nigerian prince? Wow, my lord, welcome. Thank you for gracing our humble commoner stream with your royal presence. I just want to let you know that I respect your divine right to rule. Your genes are superior to regular people's in ways that God highlights and approves of. When I was a little kid and they asked me what I wanted to be when I grew up, I always said surf. And, now that I finally met a real Nigerian prince, I can fulfill my dream. My second choice is always sweatshop laborer. And my third was unemployed due to mental illness. I have yet to fulfill any of my childhood dreams. I blame capitalism. No problem, Limp Dick's Kit. No problem at all. I don't even know how you're offending, let alone whether you're repeating that offense. Ike is a Nigerian prince. I actually believe him when he says that too. I think he says he's an African prince or something. I'm not sure if it's specifically Nigerian, but maybe it is. Come on, USC's defense. So USC is up by 4 points in this game, just to keep you abreast of developments. 63-59 lead with 10 minutes left in the second half. Just fouled the Maryland player, and it looks as though he'll be going to the line to shoot 1-1, I think. I don't think that was a shooting foul. He's a Nigerian prince, he says. Now and then he drops a Benjamin. Yeah. Yeah, that's nice. I appreciate that. It reminds me of when I worked as a stripper. People were always putting $100 bills in the pocket of my golf shirt that I was wearing. I'd always take my cigarettes out of the pocket beforehand so they'd have someplace to put it. Obviously, I didn't let anybody put anything below the waist. That would be too sordid. And I always wore padding underneath my shirt to keep their hands distant from it touching any part of my body when they're putting the dollar in my pocket. I mean, the 100. People put anywhere from $100 to $50,000 in my pocket at a time. I was one of the most highly sought after strippers in the entire industry. Oh, sir, $50,000 tip? My word. Yeah, sorry, it's this huge wad of hundreds. I wish they had a $50,000 bill. That's okay. Stores take hundreds these days. Unless you're just like buying gum or something. That's a good point you make, stripper Eric. Here's another 50 grand for your wisdom. Thanks. Let me do a dance just for you. Boop boop ba joop. But you know, I could never work during spring break. 'Cause of course, during spring break, I'm giving it out for free. It's just like, spring break, we spring break. So nobody will pay to see me do that, but I'm giving it out for free. That's all why I always take spring break off. And Mardi Gras, of course. Oh, good rebound. 65-59 now as USC stretches the lead to 6 points. And given that Maryland's just 7-9, I would expect us to win this maybe by close to double digits, probably. But Maryland's certainly putting up a good fight. And at 13-3, we're not undefeated or anything. We're unranked. We've lost to all the good teams we've played. I mean, all the top upper tier teams like Michigan State. But I don't remember who our third loss was to. But regardless, we haven't shown enough against quality opponents to be ranked at 13-3, which should tell you something. You burb as much as you want, little Missy. That money just all seemed a little fishy. You mean the $50,000 bills? I'm a crackhead, living in Reseda, smoking crack every day and night. That's why I am always smoking crack, 'cause I smoke crack. So I feel just fine, 'cause I'm smoking crack. Show you to see my house. This is the living room. There's the TV. Your chat's right there. There's my keyboard, my guitars, and my bass cabinet, and bass head, and bass. There's the guitar amp. This is the chair I was just sitting in right over there. And this is Rachel's chair. And these are chairs that I put jackets on and stuff. And then we're dog sitting the neighbor's dog, so there's the dog's bed, but the dog's actually up on our bed right now. Well, crack and meth are not the same thing, but what, did he also call me a meth head too? If so, he's clearly not doing a good job of diagnostics, right? Like, if he makes those two guesses, then you can't rely on either of those guesses. Can I play guitar? I could play guitar, sure. I'll play guitar in a little bit. First, let me finish showing you the house. Rachel's laughing at some things she's watching in the other room. I love the sound of Rachel laughing. It's one of my favorite sounds in the world. This is the kitchen. It's a little messy right now. I've got some leftovers here that I'm still picking at, so don't judge. This is the sink. This is one of our two cats. This is the bad one. Oh, meow. What's one of the ways in which he's bad? Well, he tries to make me eat. Watch him eat. And often will not eat if I don't watch him. We're just going to give you a couple pets right now, Trouble. We're not going to get all hardcore into watching you eat. So just get that out of your little cat head, okay? While we're here, I might as well do this. It looks like it needs to be done. So I smashed it down with my foot a little bit, but in order to smash it down more, I'll put it in this trash compactor. As you might guess from the name, its purpose is to make billowy trash into compacted trash. So if you've ever said to yourself, gosh, my trash is too billowy, maybe you should consider getting a trash compactor. We only get trash service once every 2 weeks, so it's kind of a big help to use the trash compactor or else we'll run out of trash can space before the next trash day. Now that it's been compacted, it's a little bit smaller. And we'll go out here and we'll put it in the trash can. While we are out here, I can show you this part of the house, which is a covered walkway that we have that goes around from the front to the kitchen over here. We'll put this trash. Oh, the trash can's full. Oh, okay. I need to put this in a different trash can. So we'll show you the rest of the little walkway here while we do that. We live kind of up in the mountains, kind of far back in the woods, so we have these things here that are vents for propane heaters that work inside without any electricity, because our electricity goes off pretty often. And there's our propane tank that holds propane. Another thing that is indicative of us being back in the woods. We also have septic tank rather than sewer system. But we're not on well water, unlike much of the county. All right, this is the dining room table, the dining room. Currently, it's got a bunch of weed leavings because I used it as a processing table for processing the weed we grew, and I kind of made a big mess of that. This is the hallway of closets. This closet we call the tech closet. It goes underneath the stairs. This closet is the pantry. It's looking kind of bare. And this closet I call the vacuum closet, because we have one of those kind of vacuums that you plug directly into the wall. It's got a hole and you just plug the tube into it. It just starts vacuuming. And you might say, well, where does this stuff at vacuums go? It goes out into the garage. This is the laundry room. It's got washer, dryer, laundry sink. It's got this thing with doors on it where Rachel puts laundry stuff. And it's got this thing which you pull it out and you can hang things off of it. It's got all this storage space here, which is nice too. Up here is the attic. It's dark up there. You don't want to go up there. It does have lights up there, but I don't want to go climb up there. And this is the bedroom, where you will also see my beloved wife Rachel and the neighbor's dog, whom we are dog sitting. And here's the bathroom, master bath, which has a shower in it, but not a bathtub. Here's the garage. And it's got a lot of storage in here too, which is nice. And that's our little wilderness car that we have that we could take out to the national forest, because we live really close to the national forest. And there's lots of like roads that you could go on, go back out into the woods and stuff. Or go down to the North Fork of the Merced River. It's about 30 minutes in a little wilderness car to get there. Here's the backyard. There's that pond I built. I was building this past summer, so I could get a little stream action. But the thing is, right now, this time of year, we actually have a little stream flowing down there in the gully because We've had a lot of rain / a little bit of snow the last few weeks. So if we don't have a wet January and February though, or a snowy one, particularly a snowy one, then we probably won't stay flowing for very long. And this is the foyer, and this has a ceiling fan up here. I like this fan a lot. It turns around like that. Good way to move air around without using the central air heating, because fans don't really use that much electricity. And then these are the stairs. Go up here. These are real oil lamps, actually, that you can put oil in when the power goes out, but we don't really use that. Here's the upstairs hallway. There's a mirror that I put there so Rachel can look at herself when she comes upstairs. This is the blue room, which is a guest room. Sometimes the cat sleeps right there, as you can tell. It's a little bit brown in that one spot because the cat always sleeps in the same spot. And this is the upstairs bathroom. This one has a combination shower bath. This is Rachel's room. It's a little bit messy in here, maybe. It's not really messy. She just has like clothes organization going on in the bed, and then I guess it's not really organized down there, but you know what makes a room look messy is when you have drawers open like this. There, isn't that better? This big mirror used to be my grandmother's a long time ago. And then this would be called the black room, because we only let black people stay in here. No, that's not why. Because it's got black furniture and stuff in it. A little bit black. I don't know who, I guess Rachel must have slept up in this bed when she came up here the other night. And here's a closet. We keep like extra blankets and stuff in there. And that's the house. That's the inside of it anyway. You can't really see the outside right now because it's dark. Why is it dark? Because it's nighttime. We don't have the illumination from the sun that we'd get during the day. I could turn that on, it's fine. This one off. This one off. Trying to save a little electricity. Why? Part of my plan to display honor and respect to Thomas Edison and Nikola Tesla. Yeah, it is a big house with a lot of space. It's, on some level, kind of silly for just two people to live in this big house, but it's like, it's also a super comfortable house because it's well designed and stuff, so I'm quite attached to it. Trouble's not happy and you're not sure where Capito is. Yeah, well, Capito's probably not happy either, because they don't have the degree of comfort we have with Lulu, even though Lulu is not the kind of dog that would bother them at all, because she has a cat at home too. So, and she's old and super chill and all that stuff, but the cats don't know that, or they don't trust in that. So thank you, Marina de la Rosa. We're we feel super lucky to live here. And you know, you get very used to the like smooth flow and easy processes of good design. It's a, they put the guy who built this house. He also designed and implemented the plan for this community to have its own mutual water company with its own water towers and pumps, which he designed and put in and everything. So he's some kind of like, engineering genius or something. And it shows around the house because, like, the drainage is fantastic, even though the driveway goes down and we're at the bottom of a hill. We never have any drainage problems, and it's like they thought of all kinds of stuff. It's like little, they've got plugs everywhere, inside and out. Um, it's got a built-in whole house water system. The walls are metal sheets with this foam insulation stuff sprayed into the middle of them, so it's super well insulated. And I don't know, we didn't know any of this when we got the house. We just liked the way the outside of it looked, and we feel really lucky to have ended up here. And definitely really lucky because it's not like this is the fruits of all my hard work and money management and stuff. This is the fruits of an inheritance. Oh, Lulu ran trouble up a tree once? I forgot about that. So a good reason why Trouble would be wary of Lulu. Probably Lulu was just defending her cat's territory. Whatever their cat, I think his name's Kitty. Sure, you might say that's not really a name. But as far as I know, that's what they named their cat, is Kitty. That's more the name of the kind of animal it is than the name of a specific animal, it seems like. But who am I to judge? Who am I to judge? Do I think I'm Judge Reinhold or something? Otherwise, maybe I'm getting a little bit too big for my britches. Britches outgrowing is one of the leading causes of cancer. I will play a song now on the guitar. It's called Cloudy Day in Los Angeles. It's an original song about weather in a Southern California city. Yeah, someone has to tell Trevor what's up. It's a very cloudy day in Los Angeles, and today we've run out of time. Struggles past, troubles still to come. The day is nearly done. Will someone buy us some more time? Cloudy day in Los Angeles, cloudy day in LA. I'm no sort of evangelist, but I have something to say. Like and strangely be forgiving to those who stay awake all night, and mostly voices say to give in. They'll try to sap your will to fight, but whether I'm supposed to be here or just be soon forgotten, noise is sort of based on what I see here in Dulce, on would I avoid? It's a very cloudy day in Los Angeles, and today we've run out of time. Struggles past, troubles still to come. The day is nearly done. Will someone buy us some more time? Cloudy day in Los Angeles. Cloudy day in LA. I'm no sort of evangelist, but I have something to say, something to say. So there's that song. Now I'm going to check, see what Jared says. The neighbor just texted me and I want to see what it says. I'll be right back. He's just saying he's on his way back. And he asked if we wanted anything from Oakhurst. I said, no, we're good. Oh, I should have told him cat food. You know what? Never mind. We'll just get cat food tomorrow. It's fine. Hi, Karat. He just liked it. That's fine. He liked my text. You liked it. You really liked it. Okay. So we did accomplish a lot today. We followed up with Delilah, found out some about her car, arranged with Cameron to facilitate with the fixing of it, and further planning is awaiting a follow-up from Cameron on what he discovers, but I'm pleased that we made progress on that. You always watch this when you're cooking? Well, you know what I like to say? There's no bad time to watch Talking with Famous People. Maybe turn it off during a funeral, but that's about it. I think I'll eat a little bit more of Rachel's leftovers. Well, I'm probably going to have to make an additional food for myself. You might be asking, but what, Eric? What additional food shall you make? Well, I've got a few possibilities. I could go easy and just heat something in the microwave. Other options go increasingly difficult from there, right? Like, I could make a couple of hamburgers. That'd be pretty easy. Hamburgers are easy to cook up pretty quick. Just heat up a couple of breads in the toaster oven to be buns, because I don't think that we have hamburger buns. That'll be quick and easy. But if I want something that's not too hard, but harder than hamburgers, well, I could make tuna melts, which kind of sounds good, but it is a little bit more work than the least amount of work thing. Love you too, darling.
So, Eric, Jared is on his way home.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. Not that.
Oh, you took my advice and stopped cooking potatoes in the microwave, Carrot? Yeah, they are a lot better if you just cook them in the oven. It does take longer, but Rachel and I are kind of on an off phase of potatoes. We kind of go through phases of stuff like that. Okay. Same with cereal. Like sometimes Rachel will eat a lot of cereal and will run out of milk quickly. And sometimes Rachel will not eat much cereal and the milk will last a lot longer. All potatoes are just white one. I mean, I don't like to cook any potatoes in the microwave, but I haven't really tried different kinds of potatoes to see if some of them are more suitable than others. Like you could cook bacon in the microwave. My dad always cooked it that way. But even though it's fine, I guess, when you cook it in the microwave, it's just a lot better when you cook it properly in a pan. I could cook up bacon too. You get the adorable mini yellow potatoes. They're pot potatoes. They're sized to be whole potatoes in a pot roast that you make in a crock pot or something. Piñatas, sombreros, 5 pesos each to ride my burros. Tequila and churros. Siesta time until mañana. I'm sorry, sir. Can you come back after the siesta? You've been on siesta for 7 hours, Pablo. Well, senor, this is not the United States of America. We like to have a siesta here in Mexico. Pablo, listen, I need your doctor's advice here. I have a problem with my elbow. I told you, senor, you have the elbow del tiniso. How could I have tennis elbow, Pablo? You play a lot of tennis. I don't play tennis any more than 4 or 5 times a day. That's a perfectly normal amount of tennis to play, I think. The bat. Sometimes I get bats fly down the thing here when I have the lights on because bugs come around to the lights and then the bats want to eat the bugs. There just went one right there. I'm kind of surprised that there's so much bat activity right now because it's January, but it is quite warm for January. It's been a warm fall, winter so far this year. After the last rain, I came out here and there were a couple of big ass June bugs flying around. It must have been, I guess, triggered into action by the rain. I can't say that definitively. Maybe it was just incidental to the rain that they were there. And maybe the fact that they're called June bugs doesn't mean they're exclusively around in June. Sure. Nevertheless, I was somewhat surprised to see them. I was like, oh, climate change. You dirty rat. You're confusing the June bugs. I wonder if there have been any candidates who run on a pro climate change platform saying climate change is real, it's anthropogenic, and we need a lot more of it. When things are the right temperature, we'll have an average global temperature of about 65 degrees. It's going to be pretty warm. Why is that better? Because warmer is better. We can save so much money on jackets. Well, what about the Winter Olympics? Screw the Winter Olympics. They can start having their events on unfrozen water. Do you know that every single event in the Winter Olympics has something to do with snow or ice? If you think about it, like the Summer Olympics, they can have events that are on dry land, on water, presumably in the air, like diving. I mean, you're going to land in something, so I guess that's not really. But like gymnastics. Regardless, Summer Olympic Games aren't chained to frozen water or liquid water in the same way that Winter Olympics games are. Like, can you imagine if every Summer Olympic sport had to be done in water? How much slower would people run the 100-yard dash? A lot slower. The equestrian events would be dramatically different if they had to be performed in a pool. Rowing would be unchanged, but wrestling, well, it might be unchanged as well, but now we wouldn't have to look at it except through the blurry effect of water. Might make it seem a little bit less, like two guys groping in onesies. Just saying, not there's anything wrong with that, just saying. Two guys in onesies groping each other. What other sports would be negatively impacted by the new rule that Summer Olympics have to do everything in liquid water to make it fair for the Winter Olympics? Well, I guess they're not going to do breakdancing anymore, so that wouldn't be affected. Thanks a lot, Ray Gunn. Thanks for breaking breakdancing. Obviously, the marathon would take a lot longer if it had to be run underwater. They don't have any equivalent to curling in the Summer Olympics. Why don't they have shuffleboard? Or, I don't know. Like floor curling. I think they should. In contrast, I don't think fencing should be an event in the Olympics at all. It's like, if you ever watch it, you can never determine any reason why that guy got a point and this guy didn't exactly. They both like hit each other at the same time, and then one of them gets a point for, and it's just randomly decided. Like, all right, point for you. In general, I'm kind of opposed to things that have judges giving scores as opposed to more objective metrics like how fast you get around the thing. Like ice dancing. Really? Do we need ice dancing? Do we need rhythmic gymnastics? I really don't. Do we need floor exercises? Maybe, I guess. You gotta keep your floor exercises. But yeah, you could call just about anything, including like a walking floor exercise. Look at me. I'm doing exercises on the floor. Okay, well, that's kind of like the default setting, so I'm not sure why you're bragging about it. Maybe go up there and get on that pommel horse a little bit. Or the vault. And jump off that thing, flip around through the air, land, break your ankle. That's a sure way to win a gold medal. She broke her ankle, but she just stood there straight still as a statue. What a brave 14-year-old girl. I think it's funny the events that start getting dominated by all these kids, like skateboarding. Watch the women's skateboarding, and I don't know if she won it, but she was a very strong. I think she did win it. A 13-year-old girl from Japan won it. Because it's such an advantage to be a little teeny body if you're trying to turn a skateboard around in the air a bunch of times, I guess. And gymnastics gets little kids in there too. The Olympics should get real and put in some esports. And then, at 17, John Jenkins is a grizzled veteran of the esports league. He'll be aged out by the age of 20. I saw this John Boy Media video one time about a race, a running race. I think it was 200 meters, 400 meters, I'm not sure. But the age division was 80 years and older. And then, like most of the people who ran in it were like between 80 and 85. But then there was this one guy who was like 96 years old or 97. And John Boy was like, they need to give him his own age division because the fact that if you're 80 and you beat a 97-year-old, that's not very impressive. That's like an adult beating a little kid. Not that 98-year-olds are like little kids in any sense other than, obviously, if you're 98, you can't run very fast, or 97, or however old he was. What do you want, Trouble? No, I don't want to watch you eat. No, I don't. Oh, you want the all drugs Olympics, huh? Meow. You get Lance Armstrong as the master of ceremonies. We're giving a special medal out this year to competitors who demonstrated advancements in the field of doping. First Lifetime Achievement Award goes to the former East Germany for their advancements in women's sports. Truly, their visionary approach was prescient of movements of identity politics contemporaneously, especially those of the trans people in the world. East Germany was there being you before it was cool. Apparently, for those who haven't heard, the Olympic Village, be it Winter or Summer Olympics, is kind of like the set of Fuck Buddy Mountain. Apparently, those Olympic athletes, presumably they only let the adults went into the village, but apparently those Olympic athletes are all like, ew, if you know what that means. It refers to snaking a clogged drain. That's what they do in the village. They snake clogged drains. Oh, Trouble. You're made entirely out of kitty. You're made out of moonbeams and giddiness. Moonbeams and celebration. That's what you're made out of, Trouble. With just a splash of dewdrops for moistening. Yeah, I know all the interesting news. For example, breaking news. Japan surrenders. For those who hadn't heard about the end of World War II yet, I thought I would offer a little guidance. Okay, what am I going to eat? I could make one of these. I could make that. I had one of rice already. I think I'll make one of these chicken parmesan. Cooked up by the finest Italian chefs in the banquet kitchens, this chicken parmesan really satisfies. And honestly, it does really satisfy. The pasta is fine, but the chicken parmesan piece is quite good. It's not fucking around. It's tender, delicious. So I guess that answers that question. Am I going to make something? The answer apparently is no. I'm just going to microwave something. What other interesting news do I have? Well, Neil Bohr wins his bet with Einstein. They were able to finally do the experiment that Einstein proposed. Einstein proposed as a conceivable way to resolve the question they were debating. And they finally were able to do that test. And the results sided with Bohr's, who was arguing a kind of contemporary understanding of quantum mechanics, and against Einstein, who was arguing his basic position, which is that it was never like actually undetermined. There's not really uncertainty in quantum mechanics. This is what Einstein was arguing, that God doesn't play dice. The reason God doesn't play dice, though, is because it's his job. And he doesn't want to do work in his off time. He's a professional gambler. A highly successful one. You know who he gambled on? One person he gambled on? You. He took a chance on making you one of God's beautiful creatures. Now it's up to you to show him that he made the right call. Because he's kind of seriously FE, and if other people don't approve of him, he gets really neurotic. So even if you're not really that happy, just blow him some smoke, you know. I think we all appreciate that. Oh, kitty. Why are you being all territorial with me? Oh, it's because the dog's here? I mean, he's like that anyway, but he wants closeness with me to reinforce his territorial claim over this area, I think. Oh, yes, Mr. Kitty. You have the silliness of 1,000 regular kitties. Maybe even more than 1,000. Perhaps 10,000 regular kitties. I should grind up some more of this, I think. Then I'm gonna get my food from the microwave. We'll eat it together, and at that point I'll probably start wrapping this up. Try to get another good night's sleep. Tomorrow I've got a couple of tasks I need to do. I need to go to the store and get more cat food, and I need to like make this send an email basically. That's fine. Oh, I also have a doctor's appointment tomorrow. I can't forget about that. At 4:00, 4:15, something like that. There. I learned a new word today. Porosity, I believe it is. It's a word that refers to a hair's tendency to lay flat or go like this. Hey brother, the ritual escalated. We have moved beyond goat's blood. Wanted to give the heads up. Oh, okay. Beyond goat's blood. Is that like a new vegan alternative to goat's blood? I'm glad to see that you're beginning to give veganism a chance, Sobo. Because beyond goat's blood, the cruelty-free, all vegan alternative to goat's blood, is proven in lab tests to be at least as strong, and in some instances 105% stronger in ritual usages than actual real goat's blood. So if you can both use a vegan alternative and get better results in your satanic rituals, who wouldn't want to use beyond goat's blood? From the makers of Spreem, the vegan cruelty-free sperm whale oil substitute. Perfect for all sperm whale oil uses, including oil lamps, salad dressing, skin moisturizer, marking around your house to keep other sperm whales away, which is one of the primary reasons people use sperm whale oil is a known repellent for competing sperm whales. So it's like if you have a problem with sperm whales gathering in your yard every morning, you probably already know about spreading sperm whale oil around your property. Now you can do that with Spreem. Looks like sperm, works like magic. Lucifer Thrice. Lucifer Thrice is the name of Satan's third album. Generally considered the album where he first really started to fall off. He switched from his sort of folk indie style the first two albums to rap, and it didn't really work very well. His fourth album was titled I Don't Rap Anymore. He wanted to make sure his core audience knew that they'd be getting what they wanted. He had too many raps about pitchforks for one thing. It's like, okay, I do understand, Lucifer, that it's important to you to have the right pitchfork, and it's reasonable for you to know so much about pitchforks, but none of us want to hear more about how this dynamic of a pitchfork makes a big difference in stabbing and how that brand's a little sharper than this brand and so forth. Like, enough. We get it. You like pitchforks. And the thing is, what I would say to you is maybe consider getting some hay. That's what they're for. You're using them as a weapon to hurt people. I don't care if it is Adolf Hitler you're stabbing with a pitchfork. It's still barbaric. Even for the worst criminals, we shouldn't engage in torture, Mr. So-called Satan. If that is your name. I think it's actually pronounced Satan, but you think that sounds gay. And you want to talk about needing environmental regulations? Satan, Lucifer, your lakes are so polluted that they're on fire. What are you doing about it? Where's the leadership? I want to see you show me your leadership skills. Is Beelzebub the same person as Lucifer and Satan? Or is that a different guy? Beelzebub. I saw in an anime that, according to the anime, I don't know if it's true or not, but that Beelzebub is the same name as Lord of the Flies. I'm assuming Lord of the Flies must have been a name for the devil prior to the book by William Golding called Lord of the Flies. It must have been referential to that, but I don't know for sure. Rachel and I played a fun game today. I played it first, and then when she got up, I had her play it, which is there's this channel I watch called Dinosaur Adventures where he had a contest, like a game show. He had guests, and he showed each of them an ad from somewhere between, like, say, 160 years ago or so, and maybe 75 years ago. So you can say between 250 years ago. So a fairly broad range, but not super, super broad. Anyway, and then he had them guess what year the ad was from. It was a really interesting exercise. Interesting hearing Rachel's reasoning for picking the year she did. She cued in on like the styles that people were wearing, how their haircuts looked and stuff like that, and font. But also the other salient things, like in some instances, a piece of technology might be indicative of when something was done. They had this cool ad that it said, for grocery service, dial 5. Like it had his phone numbers on it. The grocery department's phone number was 5, and the clerk's office was 2. That's their phone number. So its ad was from a time when this grocery store in this whatever community, I think it was someplace in Oregon, that their community had single-digit phone numbers. What era would you put that at? What time period? I think it was, it might have been like 1920 or something, but I don't remember the exact answer. Oh, right. I know what I was waiting for. It seems like I'm waiting for something. I'm waiting for Jared to come and get Lulu, take her home, where she wants to be. You know, she's lived a long, wonderful life with wonderful, loving parents. treat her great and care a lot about everything you should care about when you have a dog. So it's understandable that she's long and super and irrevocably attached to her house and her people and stuff. As far as I know, she lived in that house her whole life. But it's nice having an old dog you're taking care of because she's not she's very much not like a puppy, not spazzing out all the time and stuff. Hydra, sweet one. How are you? Are you swimming in sugary syrup? Oh, hi, Shelly. How's Rachel? She seems fine. She's doing well, I think. She's in the bedroom. It sounds like she's currently listening to the stream. And she's lying on the bed with the dog that we're dog sitting. Welcome back, Marina Del La Rosa. Welcome back. And you got back just in time because this upcoming part of the live stream is going to be the very best part of it. I've been saving all the best part of the live streaming for last. We're going to begin with some contemplative silence and pulling a bong rip. Just think about that for a moment, huh? Let's muse. So, Shelly, you ever fulfill your dream of becoming a milkman? I tried to explain to her that it's not really a growing career field in the current age. People generally don't get milk delivered anymore, and if they do, it's from Instacart. She insisted, no, I'm going to bring back delivery of milk. I'm going to make it a hot thing again. Naturally, I said, well, how? And she said, it'll sell itself. Except I think if it did that, we'd already have milk delivery. She plans to revolutionize the field by not putting the milk in a container. To just bring the doorbell and then hand it to them into their hands. By saving on container costs, I'm going to make a fortune. Milk delivery. Listen, I told you if you're not going to put the milk in a bottle, I don't want it. It's got your hands all over it. I can't stand here forever with your milk in my hands. Milk delivery. Just go get the milk today. We'll call again. All right, give me the milk. Thank you. You're welcome. Ain't nothing like Shelly's milk service. That's how you talk, Shelly, by the way. What I like to say about my milk service is truly hands-on. In a glass bottle like they did in the olden days. You know what it sounds like to me, Marina Del La Rosa? It sounds to me like you hate the environment. Shelly here is revolutionizing the field by eliminating container waste entirely. She just has a big vat of milk in the back of her car and she just scoops it out with her hands and takes it to each person. Meanwhile, you want to destroy the earth. Well, thanks a lot. Destroying the earth with glass bottles. Glass, it seems like, it shouldn't be a big deal whether you recycle it or not. Don't they just make it out of sand? Seems like we got plenty of sand lying around. Unlike aluminum cans, we got a more finite amount of aluminum, plastics, I get why they're an environmental problem in the sense that they don't really necessarily biodegrade very well, and or the use of disposable plastic containers and such is resulting in rapidly filling landfills or whatever other arguments. But glass, I mean, first of all, if you break a glass bottle, let's say, and smash it up into dust, didn't you just basically turn it back into sand? It's because glass shards are dangerous? Well, I mean, nobody's saying you shouldn't leave glass bottles by breaking them where people walk. They say you should put them in the trash and put it in the dump. I mean, they say you should recycle them, but I'm saying if the alternative is put it in the trash and put it in the dump, then, I mean, glass shards aren't going to hurt anybody at the dump. There's lots of dangerous stuff at the dump. Maybe if you grind up the glass, you turn it back into sand. Well, if melting sand turns it into glass, maybe freezing glass turns it back into sand. That's how it should work, in my opinion. That's just being logical. It's just being fair. It's not fair to freezing if freezing doesn't get to have an equivalent impact on glass or sand. Like if you just freeze sand, what does it become? If you heat it up, it becomes glass. If you freeze it, it should become plastic. That would also be fair. And, if you keep it at room temperature, it stays sand. And sand is so safe that people used to eat so much of it that they needed an appendix to remove all the sand from their system that they ate. That's how far we've deviated from what we are naturally. Nowadays, someone like me can get their appendix out in 5th grade and be just fine for their whole life. Why? Apparently, because I don't eat very much sand. Well, what's the best way to keep people like me safe? Just throw your glass bottles away so that people will use more sand to make more glass bottles, and then I'll be less likely to get sand into my system that I would use if I had one, an appendix to filter out. So basically, if you want me to live, throw away your glass bottles. I wonder if it is actually more dangerous for somebody with no appendix to eat sand. That's a philosophical question. That's a question that philosophers have been asking since ancient Greece. I believe it was Aristotle who said, man can only know himself by eating sand. And he was right. Oh, my food. That's the other thing I was waiting for. Waiting for my food and waiting for Joe. That's what we're waiting for. So I'll stick around the stream until it attains those events on the timeline. But what if Jared falls into a time vortex? Well, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. It would depend on whether it moves him forwards or backwards in time. If it moves him forwards in time, it's possible Lulu could just suddenly disappear, and then tomorrow morning we discover that she's been there all night. And he will have discovered that as well, because he'll just pop into existence in the morning as well. Oh, right, I'm getting my food out of the microwave. I've already taken it out of the freezer before I put it into the microwave. All right. As you can see, this could be easily served in the finest of Italian restaurants. It's got those telltale Italian ingredients: red sauce and pasta. Do I like black women? Well, I'm married, so the only woman I like is my wife, in the sense of liking like that. You mean, do I find them to be easily made friends with or something? Well, that had nothing to do with race, one way or the other. So, whether I like somebody in general in a friendly way is only linked to whether or not they're cool. I like cool people. I don't like uncool people. By uncool, I mean like shitty people. You don't have to be smooth for me to like you. But I don't like shitty people. What comprises a shitty person? Well, one good indicator of a shitty person is spite. Spiteful people, shitty people tend to be spiteful, and spiteful people tend to be shitty. Another thing that might make a person shitty is toxicity motivated by something other than spite, like, you know, habits, abusive habits, and dealing with their relationship partner. Even if they're not me, it's going to bother me. Bone appetite to you too. No news is good news with Gary Gnu. Pretty Cat, you're right about that. No news, as they say, is good news. And you're not the only one who's not the best you could be. One of my points here is I'm trying to be a better me, but even the best me I can be isn't very good at that. The neighbor's dog is with us. Cats, well, trouble's right here. He doesn't like it, but she's in the bedroom with Rachel. She's sleeping on the bed. The dog really likes to be on the bed. Although earlier she was up on these chairs over here too. She doesn't like these chairs in here very much because same reason the cats don't like them. All the chairs except for these two, the Rachel and I sit in, they rock. So they're not stable things for them to climb up on. Like cereal though, you'd be shocked if you got these banquet chicken parmesan, how good the chicken is. It's really good. It's tender, delicious, wonderful. Do you like grains, vegetables, and fruits? Well, I'm a big fan of broccoli. This is the main vegetable we get is broccoli. For every time we eat another vegetable, we eat broccoli like 10 times. As far as fruits go, We do get fruit juices. I usually get apple juice, Richard gets cranberry juice. But in general, buying things that have to use within a certain time or else they'll go bad, that causes me a lot of anxiety. Like, I'll buy some fruits, I'll sit it in the fridge and ignore it for a few days. Then I'll start thinking from that point forward to like 2 weeks later, every day, like, oh, I should eat that fruit or it's going to go bad. And then I just keep putting it off. And then eventually it has gone bad and I take it out of the fridge. I'm like, ew, it's got mold on it. And I just go throw it in the compost pile. I do have a compost pile because I feel bad about throwing out old fruit and vegetables into the trash. But yeah, we don't get a lot of perishables. We do get milk and half and other dairy products sometimes, like cottage cheese or yogurt, cheese certainly. Even though those things are varying degrees of spoilable or perishable. The best juice is to make it yourself with no sugar added. Well, with the apple juice I get, it has no sugar added. Cranberry juice, it has sugar in it, or it either has sugar in it or it's mixed with some kind of sweet juice like grape juice. I'm not sure. But that's because cranberry juice is super, super tart if you don't mix it with anything. Mold is not a form of greens, no. It's a form of fungus. That's a different whole kind of animal. It's neither plant nor animal, but rather fungus. Fungus is inherently disgusting, and it's crazy that people eat so much of it. But they do. I mean, I understand eating psychedelic mushrooms because you get the benefits of the psychedelic mushrooms, but eating regular mushrooms when you don't have to eat something gross like that to get high from it, but instead just because you want to eat that as your food, that is strange. Like, what what kind of delicious thing are you craving right now? Mushrooms. What? Surely you can't be serious that you like mushrooms. I get it, like it can be fine in certain ways where you've got their flavor hidden and they absorb the flavor of something else. And if you need to bolster the amount of stuff you have with more quantity of stuff, you could maybe, and all you have is mushrooms. Okay, fine, I get it. You're willing to eat them, but wanting to eat them, like purposefully going to the store and saying, "Ooh, mushrooms, let's eat those." No. Vodka and cranberry juice, I agree. Cranberry juice is a good thing to put alcohol into because it is a very effective way to cover the taste of it. Only somewhat less effective, only to grapefruit juice. Grapefruit juice is the most effective thing at covering the taste of vodka. For those who don't know, if you're taking medications, basically any kind of medication, you should at least check into its reactionariness with grapefruit juice. Because for a lot of different drugs, grapefruit juice will make them hit a lot harder than normal if you don't normally drink grapefruit juice, and then you do all of a sudden. Because if you drink a fair amount of grapefruit juice, this would be true of lime juices or lemon juice as well, but people don't generally drink the quantity of those juices necessary to get this effect. But it like kills off some enzyme in your stomach that typically causes a substantial portion of the drug you're taking to be dissolved away uselessly before you absorb it. So those drugs they dosed accordingly, like because to get impact mia in a normal stomach that has this ability to dissolve some of the drug, you have to prescribe 100 milligrams, let's say. But in a stomach that doesn't have that thing that's dissolving some of the drug, that 100 milligrams is going to be close, going to feel closer to 200 milligrams. Whether or not you want that or not depends on what drugs you're doing and why you want to do it, and how you want them to impact you. Are you ever going to write an MBTI book? Maybe. It's a decent possibility. I just saw a Mexican bull sing a song to me, and now I'm here. Well, hi, Jacoby. You're talking about Firecrotch? She's actually Native American, not Mexican. Now, and she's Native American from America. She's not Mayan, so just so you know. But just because she's Native American doesn't mean she can't sing a Mexican song. Water and lemon is the best to start your day with. Marina, they don't any longer advocate that women douche, okay? The current thinking is the vagina is a self-cleaning organ. So, and if I were going to douche, I wouldn't use lemon juice and water. I'd use Summers Massengale, America's most trusted douche brand. Lemon juice and water? You mean unsweetened lemonade? Sounds like a horrible beverage. You want some unsweetened lemonade? No. How about just this quarter cup of straight lemon juice? No, thank you. Does she make you sing Mexican songs? Does she make me sing Mexican songs? The lyrics were Mexican based. You set me up to be canceled. I don't think I set you up to be canceled. Maybe I set myself up to be canceled, but I don't think that's going to happen because I think people actually do ultimately have a sense of humor. You know, I'm an honorary Mexican myself. My first wife was half Mexican. My second wife was all Mexican. I mean, not from Mexico currently. Like, you know, she was born in America, but. And my daughter's a quarter Mexican. So, plus, the people of Mexico consider me a Don. Don Eric, they call me. That means like respected guy. If you go down to, say, Guadalajara, ask around, well, you know about Eric? Oh, you mean Don Eric? Oh, sí. Tenemos. No, wait. What we know. Like, no sé is I don't know, but what's we know? Creamos? Creamos? We're almost done, Eric. I used to speak a lot more Spanish than I do now. I haven't used it in years, so it's, use it or lose it. Unlike, say, riding a bicycle, which famously you cannot forget how to do. Speak Spanish is something you can get worse at over time. I just do my best at everything. Good for you, Ironline. And I want you to know this. Your best is enough. You are enough. That's right. And here's what your spirit guides and the universe have in store for you this year. You are capable, you are beautiful, and you are enough. Isn't that wonderful? Isn't that wonderful news? You're the one with the spirit guides named Steve and Jason, right? Oh, that's not you? Oh, actually, that was somebody else's year. Let me look. Let me see here. Ironline. Oh, your spirit guides are Susie and other Susie. They both have the same name. Neither of them accepts being called Susan. Anyway, you know what? We don't need to go over what they had to say about your coming year. I'm sure it's all just fine and everything. So this stuff's all just spiritual stuff anyway. So forget I even brought it up. Your spirit guides are named Steve and Jason. Hi, I'm Steve, and I'm Jason, and we're going to be your spirit guides. Yes, darling? Okay. Okay, I know it looks like my name is Susan, but I pronounce it Suzanne. So please don't call me Susan again.
Oh, yes, she knows. She knows.
Well, come on, little Miss Doggy.
She's so
Oh,
excited.
yes.
Look at that doggy wagging her tail.
I don't think she does want
Oh,
to get
maybe
that.
not.
You
Oh,
wanna
she's
get
just
that?
happy to see. Oh no. Okay. Sorry about that, Lulu. Didn't know. She's so
Oh,
happy
yeah,
to see you.
you're a good
yes.
girl, and we love
Yes,
you.
you give you kisses, faces.
We think you're a very special dog.
We do think you're a very special dog.
Your dad will be back soon.
Oh.
And she's just a little whimpery because she misses her dad, and probably she extra misses her mom because she's out of town. Poor Lulu. Bum 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 ding ding. Let's see what ye old thing has to say. I don't remember if he was top bar or not. If he did, he didn't introduce himself as a Steve Billings, a Steve Billings. Don't go out to the hill and say you don't know his name because he's Steve Billings today. And I say, it's Steve Billings, a Steve Billings. Where did it go, that guy? He's Steve Billings. If you don't want to see him today, then you better stay away because he's Steve Billings and he won't go where? He won't go no place. If you don't come around, then you won't face his name and his ways again. He's Steve Billings. What can you say about him? had the wrong one. It's a song that walks, it's a walking song. If you don't sing it when you walk, you're walking wrong. It's a song that walks, it's a walking song. And if you want to write, you gotta sing along. It's a song that walks, it's a walking song. If you don't sing it when you walk, you're walking wrong. It's a song that walks, it's a walking song. And if you want to walk right, you better sing along. Well, let's walk. Come on, let's walk. A W-A-L-K, that is how you spell walk today. A W stands for walk everywhere. And the A stands for always walk up the stair. And the L stands for let's go walking today. Well, the K is the thing that ends the word and it says, yeah, let's go walking. Okay, we're gonna walk everywhere we go. To the zoo and to the store. We're gonna walk from the car to the door. We're gonna walk everywhere in the store. Why are we walking? Cause it's good. It's good to move our feet and you know that you should. Move your legs as well. And if you don't, then you won't be walking and that will send you to hell. Where Lucifer, Satan will make you drink goat's blood. Why? Because that's how it goes down there. I'm thirsty, Satan. Do we have anything for me to drink? Just goat's blood as usual. That's our only beverage down here in hell. Our only beverage is goat's blood. What about that? Well, you could try to drink that. It's molten lava. We do have other liquids down here besides goat's blood, just not any other beverages. But I'm not really finding the goat's blood that thirst quenching. Well, you know, it's not supposed to be heaven down here. Okay, but you can't even have two different drinks, just one drink. You know, there just isn't enough of a market demand for another drink. Thank you, Marina Del La Rosa. Thank you for your kind applause. I think there's a lot of demand. I think a lot of us down here would appreciate a different drink. Yeah, well, I'm just not sure it'd sell. Yes, you have to buy all the things you get in hell. Everything's super expensive. It's like Vegas. It's $9 for a cup of coffee of like Folgers. A small cup of Folgers is like $9. And then you get it and you realize, hey, this is just goat's blood. You go back to complain about it, and that's when you notice the sign that says no refunds. I guess you aren't the first to feel like you got gypped. And you really regret leaving a tip, too. After tip, it cost you $11. Because even though you just filled up a cup, of course, it prompted you, do you want to leave a tip? And you're like, I guess. Not really. That's how hell is. Whereas, like, in purgatory, they have water. You get water, it's just tap water, but... And, depending on if it's a special occasion, you can get water with a slice of lemon in it. Jared's here. You can also get horchata. Those are the only drinks you can get in purgatory. It's the gross kind of horchata. It's like tamarind or something. Obviously, nobody wants to drink that. I'll be right back. I just gotta deal with this. Hey, Jared. How's it going?
Good, how are you?
Good. I'm sure Lulu will be very happy to see you.
You do?
Come on, Lulu.
What's he doing? Oh, she's in the bed. Oh, hello. Hello. Oh.
She went straight to the bedroom.
Oh, did she?
Yeah.
She's all like it here. Oh.
She goes and puts her legs up and lets
Yeah.
you to pick her up.
Yeah.
And put her up there.
Oh, look who's down there.
Oh, yeah, that's so cute.
I brought you guys,
Here's the stuff.
if you want, there's a couple more pieces of brownie.
Oh, thanks.
It's a, you probably don't need this. Hi, you do.
If she didn't eat a single bite of food.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. She's funny like that.
Yeah. We took her on 3 occasions because 2 times though she wanted to try to go home.
Oh, right. She just like
Yeah.
started going.
Yeah.
She was probably good to sit in her chair. But thank you so much.
No problem.
I really
My
appreciate
pleasure.
it.
Anytime.
It was kind of a long time.
Yeah, I sure I get it.
All right, buddy. What you do? All right,
Have a good night. Okay. So, that's now done. Yeah, Lulu's super happy that she's back with Jared. She doesn't dislike me and Rachel at all. She knows that we're nice to her and do the best we can to take care of her and stuff, but she's an old dog attached to her family, understandably. Want some of this brownie, Rachel? It's really good. It's got kind of a black foresty quality to it. I wonder if it's got a little bit of coconut in there. Yeah. We do everything we can to make sure she feels as comfortable as she can, even though she's got some anxiety probably. I'll put the rest in the fridge. Wow, this thing's bomb diggity, this brownie. I like the way you work it, bomb diggity. Bam. I'll be right back, everybody. I'm just getting some coffee for myself to go to this brownie. Yes, I do. G-T-E-N-Y-S-E-S, true. Mmm. What is the true sensation of flavor? Hmm. Here's a fun question. What do you believe the difference between a sensation and a perception is? Well, I don't think there's any walnuts on it. It's some kind of frosting or something. Well, maybe there is a bit of walnut in here, actually. I think you're right. Hmm. Like a chocolatey explosion of deliciousness. It's a real succubus for the cause of diabetes. Go ahead, Eric. Eat some sugar. It tastes so good. So sensation is a sense, perception is a mental view, I suppose. Well, I was going to say that you can perceive sensations but not. You can perceive sensations, but you can't sense perceptions. So, in that sense, you can do mental stuff about physicalities, but well, I guess to some extent you can perceive sense, you can sense perceptions. For example, you know, your heart drops as you perceive the negative implications of something. I guess you can sense perceptions to some extent or in some ways, um, but yeah, probably perception is, well, for one thing, perception presumably doesn't require you to have specific sensory input associated with it. Like some things that I perceive don't link to immediately relevant sensory input. Like I may perceive the I may perceive my eventual mortality with increasing alarm, you could say, but I haven't actually experienced being mortal. So, in that regard, I'm perceiving something that's extant in a non-physical sense and that you can understand and know, but not without having actually any kind of experiential link to it for yourself, anyway. Somebody might say, well, you still experience it when other things die or whatever. Yeah, but that's not sensing. Sensing death, that's sensing. You do get data about how dead things are different from living things. You know, that thing has these two states that say, like, you know, a bird dies or something at your house. But that's not the same thing as sensing, for example, a stomach ache. Sensing that you've got pain in your stomach is definitely qualifies as sensing something. Whereas um, perceiving things doesn't require there to be any ancillary physical sensation. So in that regard, I guess you could say the actual, like, antecedent style linkage is what matters. If you're prompted to pay attention to slash say out loud something about your stomach hurting because you have a pain that causes you to do that, or even if you're prompted by this stomach pain to just note in your head that, oh, my stomach hurts, or let's say you have a physical response to it where you kind of bend over a little bit to as a response to the pain. Well, that would count as sensing something slash experiencing something. Whereas as reflecting on a conversation you had earlier and perceiving it as indicative of, let's say, insecurity in the other person about a given topic, well, that may be perception done on stuff that you sensed at one point, but it doesn't count itself as an act of sensing because it's it's uh, it's rendering those things into objects, abstract objects of analysis in some sense before perceiving things about what that means. It's interesting that we often use the word perceptive as kind of a synonym for intuitive. Its connotation is that somebody you call perceptive has picked up meanings that weren't immediately obvious from cues either in the physical world or in some language being in that instance treated at that point treated as an object of analysis, you know. So it's like if like let's say a character says, well, I knew he was lying when he came in. He told us he'd been at the library and then come straight here, but it's not raining or anything, and he had mud on his shoes. Oh, that's very perceptive of you. That's, you know, in some sense, it's saying you displayed skill in sensing visual data. Like you didn't miss this detail in your visual frame that you could look at, right? But really what it's saying is you had that detail as something possible to notice, and you both noticed it and noted the way in which it seemed to falsify the person's claim, even though it's something that if you had missed that, nobody would blame you and say, "How could you not have noticed that?" Because it's like people don't typically look at the bottom of people's shoes, towards the bottom of their shoes, to see if they have a little mud on their shoes or something. So it generally would seem that the way people use the word perception and perceptive in common parlance would link to meaning making. Whereas if it doesn't link to meaning making, then the equivalent kind of sensory perceptiveness would be like good eye in a baseball game. Or like the football IQ or the level of spatial awareness required to see the defender, jump in the air, turn his body, hold back the defender with one hand, grab the ball there. That kind of stuff is obviously referring to perceptions. Well, yeah, you can perceive sensations, but I guess based on what you were saying before and what I've been saying right now is that for it to qualify as perception, it's got to have some aspect of converting sensory experience into meaning. Hello, Frederick Shorten. Frederick Shorten. His first name is Frederick. His middle name is Shorten. His last name is Inbred. So his full name is Frederick Shorten Inbred. Which, of course, Mama loves. Say you're driving on a road and you see ahead that it turns to dirt soon. Before it does, though, you perceive the sensation of going from smooth to bumpy before it happens. Oh, yeah, well, you might call that perception being the tail wagging sensation's dog. It's supposed to go the other way, but I've had that kind of thing happen to me before. Like the first example come to mind, and maybe the best example is one time when I was a teenager driving in a car and I was listening to this mixtape that I didn't usually listen to, and on another mixtape I had some song, and then after that was Piggies by the Beatles. On this tape I had that some song, but it was at the end of the first side of the cassette tape. When that song ended on this cassette tape, I clearly heard and started singing along with Piggies coming on the tape next, like it did on the cassette tape that I normally listen to. And then after a little while, that side of the tape ended and it flipped over and it was some other song. I was like, wait a second, why did Piggies cut off right there in the middle of that song? I don't remember it being like half recorded onto the side of the tape and then ending all abruptly like that. And I went back to listen to the other side of the tape and find out what the fuck had happened. And it never played at all. It was never there. But I sensed it. I clearly sensed it. I heard it. It was clear as day. And so in that instance, my perception, which is a meaning linked thing that says, coming up next is Piggies by the Beatles. I perceive it as so fully known and expect it in such full way that my brain generates audio coming out of the speakers that is not coming out of the speakers until sensory data doesn't just fail to confirm this experience, but actively falsifies it by suddenly clicking over to the other side of the tape. And you could say that's an example of somebody who's a perceiver perceiving his way into sensation, but you could also just say that's the power of expectations. They're amazingly strong. Do you necessarily perceive all sensations? I don't think you have to perceive all sensations. I think to the extent that you sense stuff unconsciously, then you basically don't perceive it because you don't make any meaning about it, so there's nothing to remember. And such that, if like the wind blows on my face and uh in, in some in some understanding you'd say, well, I sensed it because my nerves were working and I can feel wind on my cheek. But if you noticed it, let's say you were filming the video and you made note just as a test of this gust of wind that happened at a certain part in the conversation. Then you asked me later after the conversation, do you remember during this part of the conversation when wind blew on your cheek? I'd probably say no. In that case, it means I did sense it in some sense, but I didn't perceive it in any testable way. Of course, that's kind of a bad example because I have here my detailed log of instances when the wind blows and I feel it on my cheek. There's thousands of entries here. Windy cheek log. Stardate 2026. Well, it's a good day to get some cheek wind. The breezes are blowing, gusts up to 20 miles an hour. And my cheeks are feeling absolutely suffocated by all the inside air. Was taking out trash. Wind blew from the northeast. I felt it on my right cheek. It's that kind of thing, just being really precise about it. I estimate the wind speed in the log. Estimated speed 9 miles per hour from the northeast. And then I check weather reports afterwards and say what the weather report said the wind speed was at that time. Butt cheeks count too, but Acacia, I rarely go outside with wearing one of my thongs with my butt cheeks hanging out. Very, very rarely. It's got to be thong weather. I've got to have recently gotten a Brazilian wax, which removes unsightly hairs. Plus, I need to have recently gotten my butt cheeks polished and put blush on them so that they look rosy. Also, I like to do a little pre-outside butt cheek tanning so that they don't look too white. If you got it, flaunt it, but not if it looks like it's all pasty from being hidden all winter. Probably say. I believe my butt cheeks should have both body and sheen. AC wind does not count. That's not wind. That's fan blown air. That's unnatural. Some people say, oh, I can't even tell the difference between wind blown at me by a fan and wind blown at me by God, but I can tell the difference. Fan wind feels dirty. You filthy manufactured wind. God. It's the same thing as if I went to the store And when the cashier was done, instead of smiling at me, she held up a little picture of a smile over her face. Would that be satisfying? I don't think so. No more satisfying than manufactured wind. The only kind of sort of tool-aided wind I would accept is, let's say the wind was naturally blowing outside and it blew a branch with a lot of leaves on it up and down like this. I can stand in front of that. That would be fine. Other than that, that's the only kind of manufactured wind I can tolerate. I also don't believe in breathing any air when there's anybody within 100 feet of me, because I figure that air that I am breathing then will have already been breathed by them. And I don't want to rebreathe breathed air. So whenever I leave the house or go to the store or whatever, much of the time I'm out, I'm holding my breath. But fortunately I got big lungs. And I will make an exception sometimes when I'm driving with Rachel next to me. I'll take my head out the window and breathe that air. Well, that can't be a person, Acacia. Then they'll get their dirty human smell into my air. It has to be a naturally blowing in a fan motion branch with leaves on it. Ew, this air's all old and broken. I need to get me some fresh air with Terry Gross. At the pharmacy at the supermarket, they sell little canisters. Not exactly this shape, but like the other shape of these kind of bottles, the thinner one, the taller one. They got something that basically looks like that. It's just compressed oxygen. I would get one, but it's like $13 for one canister of oxygen. Right, yeah. But it doesn't make it into the log. And listen, you guys all may be fine with poisoning yourself by breathing manufactured wind and broken air, but don't expect me to stand idly by and not tell you that you're killing yourselves. I care about you and your health. That's the only reason I'm telling you that you are breathing wrong. Another little known fact is that tobacco smoke encourages more good air to come towards you because of kind of like the same principle as a vacuum. Where there's less good air rushes to fill that spot. So that's why I smoke, because I don't believe in letting my life be wasted on bad air. You know who you look like? Justin Bieber. I look like a cross between Justin Bieber and Shirley Temple, but when Shirley Temple's old. Well, that's what so many people have told me over the years. Is air and wind just one thing? No, Iron Lion. Wind is air that's moving around. Air is the thing that moves around when it becomes wind. Like when cherry extinguishes. Right, that's exactly what's happening there, Acacia. When your cherry goes out on your cigarette, it means the good air has rushed in and pushed away like a gentrifying neighborhood does its ethnic forebears, pushed away the smoke. So I think I'll go smoke a cigarette right now to improve the air that I'm breathing. the other reason why the good air comes when you're smoking is because it says, "Oh, someone's smoking over there. That looks like fun. That guy seems like he's having a little party. Let's go over there." That's why so many people die of suffocation if they're in too big of an area that's non-smoking, like a hotel and stuff. That's why a lot of hotels these days, they still don't have smoking rooms, but what they do is pump in smoke from a room where they've got staff who dedicated job it is there to smoke a bunch of cigarettes and put some smoke up for the ventilation system to move through the building. Hi, I work for MGM Grand. My name's Dale, and I am a professional smoker. Health, comfort, and safety of our guests is priority number one here at MGM. That's why we hire only the most prolific chain smokers to work in our smoke generating facility. We also add in hints of sandalwood, sage, and other proprietary blend spices and herbs into the smoke. It smells like cigarettes and pumpkin spice in here. Don't tell how we did it. That'll be our little secret. I really like the way that the casino smells. I think part of what I like about the way it smells is that it has a certain kind of cigarette smell. It's like not stale cigarette smell like you get if you smoke cigarettes inside your house, because their ventilation system is so active in the casino. Smoke never has a chance to it never has a chance to get smoky in there because the fans are sucking up all the smoke so fast. So it's got this kind of like pleasant, not stale, like long earned and slowly developed cigarette smell. Can request food secrets. Stagnant air is similar to stagnant water. It becomes no good for you. Yeah, even worse, if you let your air get too stagnant, it turns into a solid. And then there's no chance of breathing it. Also, you're going to have trouble getting out of the room because all of your air is solid. Granted, a lot of the air will fall down to the ground once it turns solid. But some of it gets stuck right where it is. So watch out you don't hit your head on it when you're trying to leave the room. Second wind stale cigarette. Yeah, casino smells wonderfully of a little cigarette smell, a little bit of kind of like general bar smell because people are being served different kinds of beverages, not just necessarily alcoholic beverages, but occasional spills and stuff to give it a kind of faint bar smell. And of course, the smell of regret from years of gamblers going, "Oh, why did I lose that money? I feel so dumb." They smell plasticky. Solid air is soft. Well, it depends what kind of air it is, you know. If you get a patch of oxygen, that's soft. But carbon dioxide, I mean, it can have some really pointy edges sometimes. And nitrogen, get kind of a slightly very fine rough quality like sandpaper. You can get a real rug burn if you're crawling on the ground and your nitrogen is turned solid because it's one of those that falls to the ground. At that point, you just go ahead and but don't stand up too quick because other gases will stay solid in the air, like argon. People don't realize this, but over 90% of our air is argon. Another 9% is helium, and all the other gases make up the remaining 1%. That's why it's so important to make sure the good air comes to you. Mom, Julie keeps breathing all the good air. Listen, twerp, you could start smoking too. Just going to sleep, but hopes to catch tomorrow's stream. Oh, well, in case you're leaving at a pretty good time, because I'm going to wrap this up when I go back inside anyway. I've got to direct my attention to checking the air in each of the rooms in the house with my stalometer. Wow, this air is stale. Once I measure the staleness of the air in a room, I'll close the door and put a little label on the door that says expires on whatever date I determine. If it's already super stale, I'll just replace the air in the room right then by standing there and smoking a whole pack of cigarettes. But if it's still got some life left in it, I might say, check again in 30 days. Sometimes I'll just stick a straw underneath the door and close one nostril and test the air like that. It's not accurate as the stalometer, but I've gotten pretty good at telling. I'm sure there are people in the world who consider themselves air connoisseurs who go to places to breathe fresh air and draw distinctions between the fresh air or some other place with fresh air. And you're probably mostly imagining it, like people who believe that heirloom tomatoes are better than regular tomatoes. Ripeness makes a difference, but tomatoes, their flavor is made up of just like 2 things or something, and there's not really any like complexities that you can differentiate on. Like people who think organic is better than regular. Well, I don't really think very many of those people exist. They usually say it's some kind of lifestyle or political choice. Good night, sleep tight. Don't let the bed bugs bite. And while you're at it, don't let any other kind of bugs bite either. It's not as though there's some kinds of bugs that you want to bite you. It'd be interesting if we had some kind of symbiotic relationship with a kind of like mosquito that bit us and left a little lump on us, but that strengthened our immune system, or I don't know. made us digest our food better or something. It'd be cool if there were some kind of insects that if you open your mouth, they flew in there and cleaned up all the stuff around your teeth, like they do with fish. Of course, in the ocean, other fish do that, but I don't want little teeny people jumping into my mouth to clean it out. So I'll just go ahead and have them be bugs of some kind. Let's say cockroaches. Wouldn't it be cool if you opened your mouth, a bunch of cockroaches climbed in there and cleaned it out for you? I think that would be great. Like most people, I've had that dream many times. Oh, if only I could get these cockroaches to climb in my mouth. Then I'd really be onto something. I'm working on it. I'm evolving a species of cockroach that's going to do that. So they're going to have like front legs that look like this, so they can like pick shit out of your teeth with them. I predict by the year 2100, everybody will carry around with them everywhere they go a box full of mouth cleaning cockroaches that have been genetically modified / evolved and bred into nature's finest dental hygienists. There'll be a short-lived campaign among the dental profession to say, no, don't use those cockroaches, use regular dental hygienists. But it'd just be too much more convenient to use the cockroaches, and that'll be the end of the dental hygienist position. They'll still have to have regular dentists because the cockroaches won't do dental surgery or fill cavities or anything. But if you use them regularly enough, you probably won't have any dental problems because they're such good cleaners. Predictions of the future. Some people call me a seer, some people call me a prophet, some people just say I'm prescient. Regardless, I have an amazing track record when it comes to predicting the future. I predicted pretty much everything that happened between 1975 and today already, so you can take these predictions for the future to the bank. By the year 2100, people will no longer live in houses, but instead sleep on platforms in the trees. Why? Because the ground will be covered with this. Well, here's prediction number 3. By the year 2100, the ground will be covered with genetically modified squirrels who've been genetically modified to get out of the trees, but in the process accidentally became famished and ravenous consumers of human flesh. So people have had to give up the ground. That's why they live in the trees. In addition, in the year 2100, Jim will be the most common name for both men and women. And people will have forgotten that it used to be short for James. By the year 2100, the Catholic Church will have not 1, but 5 popes presiding over the church at any given moment. By the year 2100, there will have already been 3 nuclear wars, but to everyone's surprise, only very few casualties. Just caused a few people who died when they accidentally picked up a nuclear bomb that had fallen near their house and failed to explode. But given the number of major cities that were attacked in this nuclear war was kind of shock to everybody that somehow everybody had survived. They'd all made it into bomb shelters or had been luckily like down in a mine when it hit, stuff like that. So I hope you guys are writing these down. By the year 2100, dogs will be the primary people in the flight attendant profession. They will replace stewardesses and stewards almost entirely. Again, thanks to evolution. And birds will begin, by and large, they'll stop flying and start riding on the top of cars and stuff. It saves them a lot of calories that way. Also, dolphins will evolve into porpoises, while porpoises will evolve into dolphins. A lot of evolution is going to happen in the next 74 years. Chinese astrology will adopt Western astrology. Western astrology will adopt Vedic astrology, and Vedic astrology will adopt Chinese astrology. So it'll be referred to in the papers as the love triangle of mysticism. Speaking of triangles, the Bermuda Triangle will become hot news again by the year 2100, as there will be a sudden rash of boats sinking, disappearing, etc., and nobody will be able to say why. Where? In the Bermuda Triangle, the original place of disappearance. By the year 2100, people will no longer use days of the week. They'll simply number each day 1 through 7, and each week of the month 1 through 4. So, like, let's say 1/7 would be the Sunday of the first week. We start on Monday. By the year 2100, Cosmopolitan magazine will be, all the content will only be things you can do to please your man. It'll just be this incredibly long list of slight to please your man. And on the cover, they won't have a picture of a lady in a dress anymore. They'll have a picture of a guy getting a hand job. And yeah, it'll still be in magazine form. In fact, by the year 2100, all magazines will have forsaken the internet and gone back to magazine form. And the reason is because people will realize, hey, I like getting magazines in the mail. By the year 2100, the most popular songs on the internet and every other platform will be Christmas songs all year round. And the most popular one of all will be Last Christmas by Wham. I've already played the guitar, but I could play the piano. Oh, sure, you might be saying, but Eric, you're not good at playing the piano. Quibbles. Quibbles, I say. Marina della Rosa from Scandinavia wanted a guitar song, but I played the piano instead, making songs about my head and telling how freedom is a feeling in your heart. So go and look in your chest for a start before you complain any further about how everybody needs to facilitate you in your plans. The end. So there you go. Piano is just like basically same as guitar, except it's this way instead of this way. And you know, it plays nothing at all like a guitar, and it's probably a lot harder to play the piano. And I'm not as good at it, but other than that, interchangeable with the guitar. You can play chords on it and sing if you want. You could play like solos on it if you wanted to. Unlike the guitar, you can do both at the same time on the piano. I mean, one could in theory. I can't, but one could. Other people can. They can play the piano like nobody's business. But you don't have to be able to do it at the same time to be able to do it if you put it on the recording thing. So like this, there's actually two different piano parts. It sounds like maybe I'm playing at the same time, but I'm not. That's one piano part, and this is another one. Run myself to town to pick up smokes and get a coke and walk in the park. This is nice. I like this a lot. It makes me smile like a good composition should. It's like even without any lyrics or singing, that song tells a clear story. Yeah, thank you. That piano thing I just played, of all the things that I've made in a long time, that's something that I'm actually happy and excited about. Kind of like I used to make and record a lot of music, and I wrote a lot of songs that I am still to this day happy with and pleased with, and made some recordings as well. But it's been quite a while since I've been excited about something that I've been working on. I've had a lot of kind of false starts, beginnings of things that didn't go anywhere, things that I think are pretty good, but not really motivating me to finish it or whatever. But that thing, I really like it. And it does have lyrics and singing for the verses, but I haven't written the lyrics and singing part for the chorus, although both parts have a top piano part. So we'll see what happens with that. Sometimes you gotta just sort of let something sit for a bit, try, play around with different possible things for the vocals over it. And then at some point, you have it. Aha, oh, it should be that. Oh, that's what it's supposed to be. Because, you want it to be what it's supposed to be, but you don't know when you're going to know what it's supposed to be. Well, I guess that's gonna about do it for the live stream tonight. So those of you who are still here, thank you so much for sticking around. And thank you to everybody who was here and no longer is, even though you're not going to hear this. And I hope you have a great rest of your evening / day or what have you. And I love you all. And I'll see you again almost certainly tomorrow.